Testing one, two. Check two. One, two. Mic check two. Check two. One, two. Mic check two. Mic check two. Testing one, two. Mic check two. Testing one, two.
Good morning. Apologies, we are starting late. And I'm told also the tea is taking its time to get ready. So we can't take other additional time until we start. I will be your moderator for the morning. My name is Robert Bachika, and I am the in-country facilitator for the nationally determined contributions. And I'm based in the climate change department. Our program is starting 1 hour late, but we will proceed because there is another event which we will handle concurrently during today's familiarization workshop. Just remind ourselves, we are supposed to have a prayer, and we'll have remarks from the Ministry of Water and Environment, and then we'll have remarks from Emily. We'll also have remarks from WWF before we divulge into our first presentation. We need a prayer. Uganda is a prayerful country. Where is Viola? Viola, please come and lead us in the prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Let's humble ourselves, a word of prayer. Loving Father, we thank you for the life you've given us, Father Lord. We thank you for our jobs. We thank you for leading us here. We thank you for this workshop, Father. We pray for your knowledge and wisdom, Father Lord, and lead us when we are going back home. In the Lord's name I pray, amen.
So we'll need to get to know each other. I don't know whether we use, okay. So let's start from this side. And then we are going to be taking perpendicular lines.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dilly Sindwaisa is my name, and I work with the Ecological Vision Organization.
Yes, good morning. My name is Kovia Akot. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Climate Change Department.
Good morning, all. I'm Wayafu David Mujasi. I work for Aid Environment.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Gerard Viona, Head Natural Resources Kagadi. You're welcome.
Good morning. I'm called Mariam Hechi. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department.
Good morning to you all. I'm Margaret Harry Pondera, the District Natural Resources Officer at Chegegwa. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kalangwa Cesar, Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Kibono Jamal, Climate Change Department.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irene Chekwati, and I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Climate Change Department.
Good morning. Isaac Orena Okiror with the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sophie Wawire, a research associate with ACORD.
I'm Kawa Charis, the Senior Environment Officer, Kibale, and I'm here for the DNRO.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Imelda Kanzomba. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Management Fisheries.
Bado Musi Moses, District Natural Resource Officer Buyukwe.
Good morning. I'm Nathan Mnunuzi from the Ministry of Water and Environment Sector Sports Services Department.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie Brenda Namonye. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mugumia Nyindo Xavier. I'm retired and a freelance consultant. Currently, I am supporting Emily on RED Plus safeguards, and I'm also supporting the Ministry of Water and Environment with support from FAO on the preparation of a proposal for Green Climate Fund on RED Plus. Thank you.
Harriet Nancha, Senior Forest Officer, Wachiso.
My name is Nambozo Irene. I work with Emily.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semambo Mohammed. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Olimbo. I work with the Climate Action Network, Uganda.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Owora. I'm representing Teens Uganda.
Morning, my name is Paul Mlinda from Chitara Civil Society Network.
Morning, everyone. I'm Mohechi Oscar, an environment officer with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Adrian Chirabo. I work with the Plan Vivo Foundation.
My name is Philip Kiomoro. I work for WWF Uganda.
Rita Chategeka, I work for WWF.
Good morning, all. I'm co-designing Kapenina. I work for the United Organization for Batwa Development in Uganda, based in Kisoro. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ksembo Stella, Environment Officer of Buyukwe District, standing in for Senior Environment Officer.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abdallah Kapalaga from Nakawa Tax, Chairman Nakawa Tax Park.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kawala Miriam. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Batusa. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kuruthum Nampima. I work with Emily.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gasta Chinji from Tree Talk Plus.
Once again, I'm Viola Lubowa. I work with Emily.
Thank you very much. Now that we get to know each other, allow me to go into the opening. And I will start by inviting the representative of Emily to give us the welcome remarks. Please, Kristen.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christine Batusa. I work with Emily as a program officer. I take the pleasure to welcome each one of you to today's workshop, where we want to raise more awareness on the national climate change mechanisms. It's a familiarization workshop following the launch that was done by the Ministry of Water and Environment on 29th of last month, 29th May. Why these mechanisms is that we already have the National Climate Change Act 2021 I hope we all know about the Act. And the Act provides for participation in the climate change mechanisms. The mechanisms contribute to mitigation of the greenhouse gas emissions and also support sustainable development. So it is from the Act that the regulations were formulated and the regulations were launched. And from the launch, as Emily, with support from WWF, you've heard we already have representatives, WWF Uganda Country Office, in collaboration with the Velax Foundation, we've been supported to conduct this workshop today, but also working hand in hand with the climate change department that have pioneered the drafting of the regulations through a consultative process with the different stakeholders. So in order for us to trigger early compliance and enforcement of these regulations, the workshop today is to provide a platform for shared understanding of the regulations. I don't know how many I've had a look at the regulations before coming here, or have perused through the hard copies that you've gotten. You see, the regulations have a lot of different parts, different provisions, some of which you might not be able to interpret by yourself, and you need a trigger to help you as we move forward to implementation of these. So this justifies the reason as to why we are here. And at the end of the workshop, we believe that we shall all be able to know and understand Uganda's carbon market regulatory framework and appreciate the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders and the actionable recommendations. So as we are here and as we are taken through the regulations, let's pay attention to what each one of us has to deliver in regard to implementing and ensure that we achieve the objective of the regulations that are put in place, and also make recommendations on how, moving forward, we can be able to effectively enforce the implementation of these regulations, but also how we can effectively design projects that are not going to leave anybody behind. I mean the carbon projects, because the regulations are a framework to put procedures that are going to guide us in the development of the different carbon projects in the country. So let's pay attention to ensure that we get the relevant knowledge, to ensure that we have clarity on the different provisions, and moving forward, we'll be able to implement the regulations and achieve the objective of reducing emissions, but also promote sustainable development. Thank you so much, and I wish you good deliberations.
Thank you, Christine, for those great remarks. I forgot to tell you to invite the representative of WWF, but let me take this honor. Also invite the representative of WWF to make remarks, and later you'll invite the representative of the Ministry of Water and Environment, is Climate Change Department. Most welcome.
Good morning once again. It gives me great pleasure to stand here to speak on behalf of WWF, Uganda Country Office. I want first of all to applaud Government of Uganda through the Ministry of Water and Environment for this wonderful milestone. I think it deserves a hand clap. I can see my friend Adrian was the first to clap because I know what it means. It's been long overdue. And I think to have these regulations out, gazetted, and launched is a great achievement for the country. I would want to recognize the contribution made by the different technical and non-technical staff from government of Uganda, specifically the climate change department, for the great work that you have undertaken to deliver this for the country. I think it is now time for various partners to begin on the road and start moving. But I just wanted to reiterate just a few things, that as WWF, we are committed towards trade or credits or carbon markets, but within a certain framework. And what we emphasize are the 4 core principles that we have clearly laid out in the blueprint that was issued 2 years ago on what works for carbon credits, what we call beyond carbon credits. First and foremost is delivering for people, nature, and climate. And I'm glad that, you know, in the regulations, something that is very critical comes out through the benefit sharing arrangements that have been clearly laid out. That, you know, this needs to be able to deliver for people, but also for nature. Additionally, I think it is also important to see that this goes to scale and that, you know, we look at scale in aspects where we implement this. I'm glad to know that, you know, government of Uganda is prioritizing and looking at, you know, the water management zones as one of the approaches to deliver this, but also critically through the partnerships with others, just like we are doing, that we do this through a jurisdictional approach, but also align it with the national strategies and the accounting systems. It's a challenge, I think, right now that we have the regulations. With the partners, we need to wake up and see how best we move forward to look at the registry that has been on and we are working on to ensure that every contribution from partners is accounted for. The other third aspect, which I would really want to talk about, is, you know, prioritization on the landscape needs, but not on the tradable aspects of the credits. And as WWF, we are very committed towards this, that, you know, what drives our involvement into carbon credits or markets is not the trade, but rather the contribution or the prioritization of the needs. That's why our flagship project that we are implementing in Uganda, the Natural Forest Regeneration for Enhanced Carbon Absorption in the Albertine Rift, is not focused on trade, but rather on the landscape restoration, and linking it with number 2, which is alignment with the national strategies and what is very critical. Our approach is that all that will be generated from this project, for example, which is also supporting the familiarization workshop, will be reported and it will form part of, you know, the contribution towards the NDCs for the country. So there will be no trade. And so this is the approach we'd really want to take, and we want to call upon other partners who feel challenged by the same, not to look at the trade, but rather to look at the benefits that accrue to the people to come through and follow us on this path. Lastly, it's critical that, you know, all these projects or carbon trade is transparent, credible, and sustainable. And we are very, very committed towards this. On transparency, on credibility, you very well know that there have been debates and discussions, specifically, I think 2 years ago, arising from the infamous Guardian article about some of, you know, the credibility of the credits that come around. I'm glad to note that, you know, there are systems that have been put in place within the regulations to ensure that, you know, there is credibility, that there is transparency in the credits that are being generated, and that, you know, this will be sustainable for the benefit of Uganda. We look forward as an institution to contribute towards the country's development, very well aware that, you know, Uganda has chosen to take a low carbon pathway for the development agenda. And we want to be partners in this agenda to work together to ensure that, you know, the credits and all the initiatives that we do benefit people and nature. And that, you know, this will make this country a better place for each one of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Philip, for really this great remarks and reiterating WWF's commitment of people, nature, and climate as you engage in this matter relating to carbon markets. You have talked about the Guardian article. I think with this robustness which has come through Article 6 related work, I presume the Guardian and the other associated press will find it difficult to really have these negative stories. But we will see how things move. I want this time to invite the Commissioner Climate Change Department to officially give us remarks and open this familiarization workshop. You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semambo Mohammed. That's why you've heard Xavier calling me, responding good morning, Haj. Hopefully I'll get that title soon. I work with the Minister of Water and Environment, and I'm here just to represent the Commissioner Climate Change Department to deliver remarks and do official opening of this engagement. I would say that we recognize the representative of various organizations, that is ministry, departments, and agencies, our colleagues representing the 4 local governments. This is really very important for us to have you in this engagement. Colleagues representing the civil society organizations. And I noticed that there are also colleagues that, I think there are 2 in the room, or 3. One from Ministry of Energy. I can see Merida representing the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And I think we have a representative from KCCA, plus others. So you are most welcome to this engagement. I'm not going to repeat what the previous speakers already mentioned, but just re-emphasize that the meeting we are attending today is called, or is named to be, Familiarization, meaning that what we are going to familiarize ourselves with, we already know part of it, or we may have it on our tables. And that is the National Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations, or what we will call regulations for carbon trading in the country. We are aware that we are not at the same level of understanding what climate change mechanisms are. And I think when we try to look at the agenda which we have on our table, it is really trying to focus on bringing us on to speed, but also to ensure that by the end of the 2 days engagement, at least we have familiarized with the content of the regulations. And this is the intention why this meeting was called. I will say that the development of these regulations were highly technical and consultative, and there was aspect of transparency to ensure that all that have a stake in carbon trading were consulted to be part of these National Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations. So what we are doing today, we are not consulting anybody because it is already a law. It is expanding the National Climate Change Law, or Act of 2021. There is a section which is calling the government of Uganda, or the minister specifically for climate change, to develop the climate change mechanisms regulations. And I'm sure that most of you know what a regulation is. A regulation is an annex of the law. It is enforcing the law. It is specifying the interpretation of the sections of the law. Now that this has already been gazetted in January, I think it was gazetted in January, by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So it is now a law which is supposed to be now enforced in terms of its implementation. And last week, which is last month, the Ministry of Water and Environment launched these regulations and therefore making them officially operationalized. So we have to operationalize these regulations. So the meeting for today is not about checking this comma is not well put. There is no full stop here. What does this one mean? And can we change this way and this part of the regulations? So we are not in for that for now. That's why the meeting is very specific, familiarization. It is already a regulations which is getting into execution. So the execution began by the gazettement. That is in January. So the reason as to why we are here, therefore, it is very clear. Just to make ourselves understand, making a little bit of interpretation that what does this section mean? What is the role of the local government in executing these regulations? What is the role of other ministry, departments, and agencies in executing these regulations? What is the role of the civil society in executing these regulations? What is the role of the carbon developers in executing these regulations is the reason as to why we are here. So moving from that, we'll be able to articulate what the regulations are talking about in various parts of the regulations, but also it is giving us an opportunity as Minister of Water and Environment to pronounce that as we are moving forward to operationalize these regulations, because there is a roadmap, and one of it is to create awareness and dissemination of the regulations. And this is the first meeting to help us disseminate these regulations. That's why we congratulate and we thank very much Emily and WWF for enabling us to do the first dissemination of the regulations, you being the first participants. So we think that this is really very, very important. And most people ask a question that, but we are just representing these institutions. You being representing these institutions mean that you are the first entrant point that is going to enable us to help articulate the same regulations to the institutions that we are representing. So the Minister of Water and Environment will not be able to reach all the millions Ugandans, as you know them, but we think that if we try to build a critical mass of people who understand these regulations, then it will help us in the dissemination and understanding of the regulations. So we take this opportunity as Minister of Water and Environment, first and foremost, to recognize those of you who have been part of the process during the formulation of these regulations, but also being part of the process in the operationalization of the regulations, including dissemination and understanding of these regulations. I therefore take this opportunity to welcome you all, but also declare our meeting on familiarization of our regulations officially open on behalf of my commissioner, Climate Change Department. She would have loved to be with us here, but because of the conflicting kind of agenda, she has a mission with the World Bank. Maybe at an opportune time, she may join us probably tomorrow when we're moving into the concluding ceremony or engagement of our 2 days engagement. So most of the issues that you're going to be hearing is going to be more of the talking from the Climate Change Department, but we shall cause room for interaction in terms of making the interpretation to be very clear in these regulations. I thank you very much, and our meeting is officially opened. Thank you very much.
Can we give another round of applause to the Commission? Thank you very much, sir, the representative of Commissioner, for opening our workshop, but most importantly, reminding us It is the first dissemination. I don't know how many of you have been fasting in so many activities you do, but I'm happy to note that this being the first dissemination, we are really privileged that we will be the ones to first get a clear understanding of what the regulations entail and what they are. I had forgot to make some announcements. The first announcement is this familiarization workshop is also supported by Global Green Growth Institute, in short, GGI, and the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is Climate Change Department. And we will have another agenda item. So this program will be adjusted. We'll have an agenda item on NDC accounting. As you received those invitations, there is an amendment which was made, and in the afternoon, we will be having a technical session on how to account for NDC achievements and NDC efforts. So please bear that in mind. I know we have given you these hard copies. The second announcement is we are going to be taking a group photo. And as such, I would majestically and politely request that we will use as limited time as we can to catch up. And then from the group photo, we will have a coffee break, which is already ready. And then from there, we will be resuming with our first presentation at exactly 11. So our first presentation is going to be on overview of carbon markets. By show of hands, anyone who doesn't know what carbon market is, such that the presenter will take time as he or she is taking you through. Since there are no hands, we will have a marathon, okay? So we are in the room of those who are converted. And then I believe each of you has a copy of the regulation. Anyone missing a regulation? Make sure you have 2 books. Someone said, why am I having green and is it pink? Where is red and orange? So make sure you have 2 books, and you will get an explanation later why there are 2. For those who have questions and comments from the remarks which have been made, I would calmly request, jot them down. And as I will be passing by, I'll collect them, and then we will be speaking them loud as we are going through this. For our online colleagues, I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself or selves, but you can use the chat. For us, we will be able to see who you are, but you won't get the chance to know who we are. So the IT team, where are we taking the group photo from? Where? In Frontier? Okay.
I'm waiting for colleagues to sit down so we can start. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's my name. And so I'll just go straight to, my presentation will be an overview of what carbon markets are. And I'll be looking at those 5 areas. Somewhere I'll try to summarize. So I'll be speaking to the introduction to carbon markets. Then I'll speak to the types of carbon markets. Then carbon markets under the Kyoto Protocol, the carbon markets under the Paris Agreement, and we'll speak briefly to the transition of the carbon projects from Kyoto Protocol to the Paris Agreement. Okay, so I had Robert asking if someone does not know what carbon markets are, and there was no one who indicated that they do not understand. But sometimes when we're adults, we fear. So I will just speak briefly to what they are, just to be at the same level of understanding as stakeholders. So basically, I think last month in May, beginning of May, I was in Nairobi and we're in a carbon markets forum. And the moderator of the event was very interesting and he knew nothing about carbon markets. So yeah, he was just hired to moderate. So what was very interesting was that he asked the Kenyan lady who leads carbon markets and said, Dr. Ann, I know our market here in Nairobi where we go and buy, you know, sukuma wiki and all those kinds of things that you need to buy from the market. And so we all know where the market is to buy those things. And I believe even us here, we know Kalerwe, Nakawa, and so many other markets where we can go and buy all the matoke and all the items that we need. And so he asked, so where is the market for these carbon things that you're speaking to? Because we have not seen any market labeled market for carbon. So that was very interesting. So it's because carbon markets basically are systems, okay? They are just systems of where you can trade carbon credits. It's a bit difficult to see there, so allow me just to use my laptop. Yeah, so they're basically systems. That's why we are not able to see physically using our eyes, just like any other market. So carbon markets are basically systems for trading carbon emissions or carbon credits. And so they allow countries or companies or individuals to buy or sell units of greenhouse gas emissions. Carbon markets, we have two major types of carbon markets. We have the compliance markets, and then we have the voluntary markets. I want to go into the details of those two just after this slide. Carbon markets play a very critical role in mobilizing climate finance for low carbon or climate resilient projects, and especially in developing countries like Uganda. So we act as the host to most of these carbon projects that we see in different types of carbon markets. What is interesting is that we may be speaking about carbon markets, but some people may not be understanding where the origin of carbon market actually is coming from. So basically, the origin of carbon markets started sometime in 1992 and 1997. But it was before 1992 where scientists discovered that there was a problem with the globe. The globe was really starting to burn up at a very faster rate. And so they knew there was a problem. So they discovered that it was the human activities like burning of fossil fuels that were really causing this kind of change to the globe. And so in 1992, the countries came together and created what is called the UNFCCC, or the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the main objective of the UNFCCC was basically to prevent dangerous climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The UNFCCC spoke to reducing of emissions to create a better place in this world, but it did not commit countries, like maybe USA or any other developed country, how much you need to reduce. And so in 1997, they came up with what is called the Kyoto Protocol. And the Kyoto Protocol was assigned emission reduction targets to these developed countries in a legally binding manner. So the developed countries had targets in terms of how much to reduce in greenhouse gases. And as you can hear, the developing countries were not part of those that were assigned emission reduction targets. Why? Because we understand the Industrial Revolution and our situation as developing countries, just like Uganda. Our emissions are almost not there, or they are there, but it's a bit little as opposed to those who developed a long time ago. So in 1997, that is what happened, but there was a problem. The problem was reducing emissions was very expensive to these countries. And so they came up with the idea of what is called carbon markets. And carbon markets would actually try to reduce on the cost of reducing emissions for these countries to meet their emission reduction targets. So based on that background, they created about three flexible carbon, flexible mechanisms that will help these countries to implement the carbon markets. And one of them was the Clean Development Mechanism, and then the other was the joint implementation and emission trading systems. Now, the last two do not or did not speak to the developing countries because they were just transactions which were done between developed countries. But what speaks or what spoke to the developing countries is the Clean Development Mechanisms, the first one, which had two objectives. One was meant to support the developed countries to implement projects, emission or mitigation projects in developing countries like Uganda. But also at the same time, it was meant to support the developing countries to meet their sustainable development goals. So there were two objectives for the CDM. So can we go to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so I said I will speak to the voluntary carbon, the types of carbon markets later on. So this is the time that I wish to speak to them. So we have the voluntary carbon markets and the compliance carbon markets. So what are these exactly? Compliance carbon markets. These are markets that are regulated mainly by governments or There are markets that were set up by governments to oblige companies to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. If you see the origin of carbon markets, it comes in from the angle of the Kyoto Protocol and the objective, if you remember, that there were developed countries that were assigned emission reduction targets. Now, a country, for example, like let's say Canada, had companies in Canada, and they also assign emission reduction targets, right? And that will contribute to the overall country's emission reduction target. And that's why you see here, speaking to governments, but also obliging companies to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And so these companies actually, these markets operate by setting a cap, and each company's emissions and allowing companies to purchase emission rights or participate in offsetting programs. So in Canada, we have a company called Mukwano, and then Mukwano is emitting so much. And the government of Canada tells Mukwano to reduce emissions maybe by 15%. They give them the ceiling. And then another company like that. And at the end, each company is required to reduce those emissions. So if they reduce to that level, that is good. If they reduce beyond and they have surplus, they are allowed to trade amongst themselves or sell even those credits. And in a way, it was also another way of generating, motivating way of reducing emissions, but also at the same time, a source of financing for the company. So that is what is called the compliance markets. So the advantage of compliance markets are that they create a financial incentive. I think that's what I just spoke to, for companies to reduce their carbon emissions and can be more effective than voluntary carbon markets in achieving long-term emissions. When we check into what voluntary carbon markets are, you know, voluntary carbon markets emerge where there is compliance carbon market, voluntary carbon markets will emerge along. So they try to move together. We have the compliance, and then we have the voluntary carbon markets. So they try to emerge along the compliance carbon markets. So voluntary carbon markets simply are markets created by private organizations or governments to enable individuals or companies to offset their GHG emissions by investing in emission reduction projects. Such projects can be tree planting, it can be use of renewable energy sources, it can be waste management activities, mention them. So the advantage of voluntary carbon markets are that they allow individuals or companies to take concrete steps to reduce carbon emissions and environmental projects. So when you look at the origin of carbon markets, you will see that the voluntary carbon markets have emerged more in developing countries as well. That's where we have the Clean Development Mechanism projects, the one they call the CDM projects. They were implemented mainly by private sector or individuals. And they could have been working to sell those credits to those countries that had emission reduction targets. So we have voluntary and compliance carbon markets. I just know that voluntary emerge along the path of compliance markets. Next slide. I think next slide, we just wanted to speak to, next slide, Isaac, is it Isaac or someone? We just wanted to speak to the different certification standards under the voluntary carbon markets. Because for compliance, it's very clear that if it was under the Kyoto Protocol, the compliance market was the CDM. Those three that I mentioned, but mainly the CDM that speaks to the developing countries. And so the voluntary certification standards, some of them are here, and I know most of you do understand them. I had someone from Plan Vivo. We have a gold standard, verified carbon standards, and art trees. But what is interesting, and I was asking my friend, now that America is not part of the Paris Agreement, will the American carbon registry standards still work or not? That's a question that we cannot answer here. But those are some of the standards that the voluntary carbon projects go through. Next slide. So I already spoke to the carbon markets under the Kyoto Protocol, and we have the CDM, the joint implementation, and the emission trading mechanism. And I say the first speaks to the developing countries, but the last two basically speak to the developed countries, because these were just transactions meant between themselves outside of the developing countries. So if you go to the next slide. So we have emergence or new era of carbon markets coming from the Kyoto Protocol carbon markets. We now have a new era, and this era is seen in the Paris Agreement. So in the Paris Agreement, we have a specific article, which is called Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And this specific article speaks to carbon markets. And so it speaks to what is called Article 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8. So what is the Article 6.2 speaks mainly to bilateral cooperation between countries that involve international transfers of mitigation outcomes produced through such corporations. So Article 6.2 specifically is about two countries coming together to implement, maybe government of Switzerland implementing a project, a mitigation project in Uganda. And what comes out, which is called the mitigation outcomes, those are the carbon credits that will be transferred to Switzerland to meet their NDC emission reduction targets, or it can be any other mitigation purpose. Then we have what is called the Article 6.4. Now, the Article 6.4 is the mechanism that then replaces the clean development mechanism that we saw in the Kyoto Protocol regime. So we come from the clean development mechanism to the Article 6.4 mechanism, which is called the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. And this mechanism as well operates like the way the CDM under the Kyoto regime operated. We have a lot of private sector participation in the mechanism. So they are the ones we see more implementing mitigation projects under the mechanism as well, under 6.4. Then the 6.8 speaks to what is called non-market approaches. Non-markets, there's no market involved. It means there's no trading of emission reductions in Article 6.4. It was just meant for countries to cooperate, maybe in terms of technology transfer, in terms of capacity building, or in terms of even financing. They can finance a mitigation or adaptation project, for example, in Uganda, where the mitigation project can generate carbon credits, but these credits are not meant to be transferred. It's just meant to be used by the country maybe to offset and meet its own nationally determined contribution, which is the NDC. So as you hear non-market, there is no market involved. It's basically supporting each other to implement the NDC, but also to reduce on the poverty levels and basically sustainable development goals contribution. When you see the next slide, you will see carbon markets under the Paris Agreement, how it works. Now, under the CDM, under the Kyoto Protocol markets, life was very simple for each one of us. For governments, it was a smooth ride. For private sector, it was also extremely smooth. But when it comes to the Paris Agreement, we see a lot of complications. You can just see how those, call them what? Arrows, not even arrows. They're like threats now. It just indicates how complicated the new regime actually is. So you can see that we have generation of mitigation outcomes right up there. And these mitigation outcomes, you would call them carbon credits in simple terms. Now, these mitigation outcomes come from Article 6.4 mechanism, the one I just told you about, of the Paris Agreement. It can also come from independent standards. Now, 6.4 mechanism is a compliance standard. Or it can also come from independent standards, standards like Gold Standard, Vera, ArtTrees, and many others. These credits can also come from bilateral agreements. Bilateral agreements speak to Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreements, where countries cooperate to implement mitigation mitigation activities. But it can also come from others. For example, we have the emission trading systems, which Uganda do not have any at the moment. Now, when these mitigation outcomes are generated, they're used for different purposes. When you see the line down there, that speaks to the purpose or the use of these credits, what they can be used for. They can be used by governments or companies. For example, Uganda, we have the nationally determined contribution with an emission reduction target of 24.7%. We can also use these credits to comply with, to oblige our emission reduction target under the NDC or any other country or company. It can also be used for other international mitigation purposes. For example, the cost here, this one is the operations of the aviation companies to reduce their emissions. As you use different flights, they emit a lot of greenhouse gases, and it's important that they also offset. So this is an offsetting scheme, or COSIA is an offsetting scheme for the aviation companies. Or they can also use them just for voluntary purposes. Somebody can just buy, as Emily, and say, we are buying these emissions just for our corporate social responsibilities, just for our good image, and that is it. They can also be used domestically. For example, South Africa has a carbon tax, so it's easy for them to use also those credits domestically. But as Uganda, we are not yet there. So that is how complicated the new regime of carbon markets looks like. Next slide. So this summarizes the diagram that I just explained up there. Next slide. And the next one. Okay, so what does it take for a country to participate in carbon markets in the new regime? There are a number of participation requirements under the bilateral cooperations, which is 6.2, but also under the 6.4 mechanism. So one of the requirements is that a country has to be a party to the Paris Agreement. Uganda is one already. And it's why I was asking what happens. Maybe my teacher behind there will tell us what happens to USA if there are private companies that want to participate in markets. It means they have a problem. And you saw also that we saw a standard that is built by the Americans themselves. So we do not know how that will operate. So you need to be a party to the Paris Agreement for you to participate. If the government of Uganda withdraws, whoever is participating in carbon markets in Uganda will be affected. That's what it means. So you have to be a party to the Paris Agreement. And two, it has prepared, communicated, and is maintaining an NDC in accordance with Article 4.2. Uganda, we have already an updated NDC, and some of you were online when Mr. Semambo was presenting to you about our preparations for the NDC 3 for the country. So we are on track, and anyone here can participate in carbon markets because we are on track. It has also, it should have arrangements in place for authorizing the use of ITMOs towards achievement of NDCs. The ITMOs are internationally transferred mitigation outcomes. That's just an abbreviation. It should also have arrangements in place that are consistent with Article 6.2 guidance in terms of tracking and all that. That is to do with the having a registry in place. And we are working on that as a country. The country also should have provided the most recent national inventory report. As a country, we have a running or National Greenhouse Gas Inventory that is running, so it's operational. Its participation contributes to the implementation of its NDC and long-term low emission development strategy, and it has submitted one. We're working on our LTS and we're about to finalize. Next slide. Another key requirement is what is called corresponding adjustment. Now, this is one of the monsters that we are yet to unpack, even from our side. So what corresponding adjustment means is that if Switzerland supports a project that reduces emissions here in Uganda, and then they're looking out for the mitigation outcomes to take back to their country to meet their NDC, Uganda is supposed to do emissions balancing. Now, in reality, it's not possible to do that in the greenhouse gas inventory, but it will be done on paper or Excel sheet or something to show that if we are transferring 60,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent to Switzerland, we are supposed to increase our emissions as a country, and Switzerland would lower their emissions. That's what it means, corresponding adjustment. It's very interesting because in reality, in the inventory, you cannot do that, but you will do that on paper or Excel sheet or something like that. So that's what it means, corresponding adjustment. So I said each participating country shall apply corresponding adjustment for authorized ITMOs. And each participating party shall apply corresponding adjustments in a manner that ensures transparency, accuracy, completeness, and consistency. So participation in cooperative approaches does not lead to a net increase in emissions. So the purpose of doing all these emission balancing is for transparency, but also to avoid double use of those credits. And that's the purpose. And this is done in a very transparent manner that can be also reflected in the carbon registry. And that's one of the major objectives of having a carbon registry as a country. So that's the purpose. Have it transparently done, but also avoid double use of those credits by different countries or different companies. Next slide. Another requirement is reporting. We have a lot of reportings that will be done under the carbon markets of today. We have what is called, now this speaks to the Article 6.2 for countries that are going to be, if countries are going to have bilateral agreements. For example, we plan to have one with Switzerland and many others. But there will be that cooperation agreement between Uganda and other countries will basically be creating like a play field for private sector to come in and implement the mitigation projects. It's just creates that framework. If we participate in bilateral cooperations. We, as a country, we're supposed to make reporting, but also them as a country, they're supposed to make reporting. There is what is called the initial report, the annual information report, and then the regular information report, which is attached to the biannual transparency reporting as an annex. Okay, so there is, go to the next slide. The next slide, please. Recording and tracking. This is basically having a carbon registry that will help you record and you know, follow up with the transactions of the carbon credits in your country. And the next slide. Maybe I just make something clear here about the carbon registry, that as a country, we have made a request to the UNFCCC because it's acceptable and is what countries agreed upon during COP decisions, that the UNFCCC Secretariat can actually build a registry and countries can just express themselves to make use of that registry. So they open for you accounts as a country, they open for you an account or accounts within that international registry. So as a country, we have expressed our interest to use that international carbon registry, but also we are already having some work going on, preliminary work going on with one of our partners who is supporting us to come up with a carbon registry for the country. Just to make that clarification. Okay. CDM transition to Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. As a country, we had a lot of CDM projects, but about 13 of them expressed their interest to transition their projects to the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. And the 13 of them as a country, as the Ministry of Water and Environment that is acting as the DNA or the designated national authority for the country, has already approved the 13 of them to be transitioned to Article 6.4. So we're waiting for the supervisory body of Article 6.4 to also make their own decisions, and they will make the final transition to 6.4 mechanism. So that is ongoing. But also what is very important is that as a country, we had forestry activities or projects. But last year, we had a decision at COP that those forestry projects also can now transition to 6.4. But that, we haven't had any project proponent expressing their interest to the ministry wishing to transition to Article 6.4. But in case you have friends or companies that you're aware of, and they're interested in transitioning their projects to Article 6.4 mechanism, please let them know that they have a short time frame between now and December to make that kind of decision. So they can express their interest to the Ministry of Water and Environment to be able to process those projects also to be transitioned to Article 6.4. This is simply, the next slide simply shows the process of transition. I would not want to go through that because we have the project proponent, we have the Secretariat of UNFCCC, and then we have the Ministry of Water. But what is, the Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water Environment. And we have done our role already by evaluating those projects and we have approved them. And so we're waiting only for the supervisory body of Article 6.4 to do their work and finalize the transition of this project to 6.4. I think that is the end of my presentation. For so long, I apologize, moderator, but I can also take questions. Thank you.
I think, yes. Thank you very much, Irene, for this breaking the ice on carbon market. At one time, I saw some interesting openings. For example, if you know of any project developer, like Irene has said, there is a very short time for transition. I think this is one of the key messages we need to take. And I now invite comments, questions, request for clarifications before we divulge into the law. Show of hands. I want to take like 5, 3. So this is 1, 2. Where are the has? Okay, Xavier, go ahead.
Thank you, moderator, and through you, I would like to thank Irene for the presentation she made. I have one request. While I was still working for National Forest Authority, I was coordinating the CDM projects of forestry, the 5 of them in Ruoho. And I would like to hear if it is the process is just a letter from NFA to the ministry in order to transition. I'm requesting for a little bit more notes so that I can talk to the current ED if he's still interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Tashovia Crispus. I am the carbon and green finance expert at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in the newly created Clean Cooking Unit. And I have a pleasure to be part of this great discussion where we have these great brains here for this discussion. I want to appreciate Irene for the work done so far. And I just thought that I can also just add my small idea, having appreciated all that, and just let all participants here know that we have, as the ministry, we want to appreciate what has been laid, that we have also now practically started putting in place what is already, what our sister agency, the ministry, has already put in place. And for us, we have picked it immediately from what they have already done, and we are now currently developing the terms of reference for the national carbon program, specifically targeting clean cooking sector. So I just thought I can also have this disclose the participant to understand the direction where we're taking as a country. But again, to call you that on top of other projects that maybe anyone may be intending to have, we have more opportunities in the clean cooking sector, so you can tap all those opportunities there. We are planning of aggregators, so this is the right time that we can pick up all these opportunities. Thank you so much.
Mr. Tashovia? Yes, I saw as if who Gasta wanted to speak. Okay, can we go to Prof?
I think you like Gasta to speak. Thank you very much, Irene. I think Article 6.4, the one where, correct me if I'm wrong, you use the analogy of a play field. Which article is that? 6.2. Are there specific incentives that you're looking at that we need to be aware of that will be derived by our association with specific countries? And also, two, are there some countries that we are targeting that we see very lucrative? Because we've seen our neighboring country, Rwanda, has already started quoting some countries, and we see agreements being signed. I'm not so sure whether we have signed any. It would be nice to know at what state are we in terms of negotiating such kind of agreements using Article 6.2. Thank you.
In no others, want to give the floor to Irene to respond to these two questions. Tashobe was a comment, the one from Tashobe. I think can you also use that mic there?
All right, thank you very much for the questions. So in terms of NFA projects transitioning to 6.4, yes, a letter can do from NFA. Xavier, I'm speaking to your question. I hope you're taking note. That a letter can do from NFA expressing that interest to transition their projects. And we know, of course, that these are public projects. We can see them in the website of the CDM already. But if there are any changes, we would definitely get back to NFA to give us updated documents relating to those projects if there are any changes that have been made. So you can relay the information. I call him my teacher because he used to teach me in the university, so I still call him my teacher. So to my teacher's question, specific incentives associated with the Article 6.2 or creating the play field. First of all, what is very interesting about having a bilateral cooperation, teacher, by the way, in the first place, it's very interesting. We don't even know why we have Article 6.4 and why we have Article 6.2. Because so far they're going through almost the same process. Yeah, the same process, exactly. But what is interesting is that having these bilateral agreements as a country is creating that play field I just talked about. So it creates an environment where we have different players coming in to implement mitigation activities under that umbrella of the corporation. And our own private companies or individuals or corporations, I think you call them associations or whatever they are also allowed to participate under that umbrella, provided they just specify that they want to be under that, that framework between Uganda and Switzerland or Uganda and another country. It is very okay. And I think the difference between two would be that some countries, for example, have decided not to provide what is called authorization to projects which are implemented under Article 6.4, the mechanism. So it becomes then advantageous for you to implement your project under Article 6.2, the agreement, the cooperation, because it's obvious that when you do that, you need to transfer those credits. So as a private entity or as a project proponent, you can be sure that at least some of your credits will be authorized by the country to be transferred to another country. And I think that could be just really the difference. But of course, also what is interesting that some countries like Ghana, they have gone an extra mile to say that also those projects that are implemented under the cooperation framework are supposed to contribute a percentage to the adaptation activities of the country. I think about 5% or something like that. But for Uganda's case, we have not done that, but we approached it from a point of if you need mitigation outcomes to be transferred, we will charge you. We will charge each mitigation outcome 10% monetary for us to use also that opportunity to, improve or build on our resilience as a country. So we'll be taking that to adaptation activities. I think that is what we can get from that kind of arrangement. Which countries are we planning or are we having agreements with, discussions with? Switzerland, is we've progressed well. We have a draft agreement that we hope we can be able to sign at COP 2030. That was the decision that we will have to, at least if we finalize, we will have it signed at COP 30. The other countries, my boss has been having, what were the other countries again? Yeah. So I think we can only speak to that when we progress. But we have about 3 more that have expressed interest. So we will speak to that when the discussions progress. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think from Ministry of Energy, Mr. Tashovia, you raised something very important, and on aggregation, aggregators. The other day, last week, we were at Kitezi doing a fact-finding mission with the team at NEM and some group of investors. Something came up. We were discussing the waste-to-energy projects within the carbon market mechanisms. One of the investors was saying for their business to be viable, he needed about between 5 to 10,000 units. And I see some of the projects, even for the stoves, some of them, you need quite a large number. And there are many players who want to get interested in, for example, promoting clean cooking. I wanted you to throw more light on how the issue of aggregation comes up, given the concerns from the private sector. It's about numbers, I guess. I don't know, you could throw more light. I want to understand more how, like small, let me call it in quotes, small actors, those have like maybe 5,000 stoves, 10,000 stove projects, things like that. Or those who want to deal with like, there are these emerging towns that probably have like waste management facilities, but they want to turn them into waste energy and earn some credits. I wanted to just throw more light around those matters.
Thank you. One of our mandates at the Clean Cooking Unit in the ministry is to facilitate coordination in the sector and the government. The second one is to facilitate investment in the sector, specifically in the clean cooking. Then the other one is on knowledge management and data. We realized that those 3 key aspects we are missing, and we had programs that were running that were not well coordinated. So now that is how the Clean Cooking Unit comes in to ensure that there's very well alignment with the policy and the activities that are undergoing. That said and done, the issue of aggregators, we realized that yes, specifically for just like you said, companies that want to, develop on their own carbon financing projects. The issue specifically rotates around finances. You realize that, for example, to develop a project, and this is just an estimate, you may require a rough estimate of about $100,000. That's at minimum, which very low, very few companies would really, be able to raise. So as we come in now, specifically in the clean cooking sector, is to ensure that we see how best we can support them, so that all of these are put under one program. So we have a bigger program on top, which is a national, that's what we are designing right now. Bigger program that we are designing, But under program, we have other small programs that we are having, realizing that we have different technologies that are already in the market. So once we are done with that, that is how now we are able to support different players in different technologies as they are. That's how I can answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tashavia, for that. I think we will really have to move. There is a question from Penina. Penina, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Madam Irene, for the information shared. Mine is a concern. Thank you for taking us through that those slides. But I'm wondering, as a country, as Ministry of Water and Environment, as Climate Change Department, what measures do you have for other Ugandans, not at national level? And I appreciate the Emily for the invitation. Yes, from the room, I've heard that there are some district representatives who are within, but these are more like 3 to 4, if I'm not mistaken. This is information that is supposed to be reaching to the majority rather than us, for the Ugandans to understand the Paris Agreement, the climate change mechanisms, the UN DRIP, etc., name it. How are you planning to have this information reaching the grassroots people, the districts that are beyond central government, for everyone to really buy in and understand if it needs to benefit, if it needs to be educated on this, so that everyone is like, yes, there are these regulations in place. There is this launching. Today we are in more of dissemination. How are others? Would you be having in mind to like using the Ministry of Water and Environment at the district levels to understand and disseminate this information? Would you be having someone as a key staff there to really, even if it goes to air, not necessarily the sensitization at the grassroots level, but it could be like on radio talk shows to go beyond today's dissemination? Those are my concerns, and I would like really to understand what plans, what procedures do you have for every Ugandan to be acquainted, like at this national level? Thank you so much.
My boss will respond to this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative, the minority in the room. So I think this is really a very good question. We have already designed a strategy for operationalizing the easy regulations we are going to be talking about. And one of the mechanisms, first and foremost, I would like to say that this information we're presenting, it is public information. It can be found on the website. But the issue is that about articulation and making people to understand. And this is where we are coming from. The first approach we are going to use is to engage the district natural resources office, because this is the entry point for climate change department in the districts. So we are going to engage the district natural resources staff in the district to do two things. One, awareness, but number two, to train them on what is their role and responsibility in the implementation of the regulations we're going to be talking about. And we think by when we do that, they can help in their operations, their outreach operations, to go on kind of like building awareness and capacity for other key players that will be operating in the district, but also helping in the monitoring and evaluation of these initiatives related to climate change mitigation or carbon trading that will be in the district. That is number one. Number two is what we have talked about, already provided an answer, that we are going to do nationwide and regional dissemination using media. And one of the aspects is we may not speak all the languages in Uganda, but we think that if the district people are empowered, they can even articulate these things more in the local language for people to understand. So these are the approaches that we're going to be using to disseminate and operationalize these regulations. We have a feeling that people that we're talking to in this room, some of them already know what we're talking about. But the key beneficiaries of carbon projects is the common person, are the communities. Therefore, what will be their role and responsibility to ensure that what we shall be calling benefit sharing mechanisms, they are not compromised. Okay? And this is a responsibility of government, national, subnational, and those that are working not for profit, the civil society organizations that are working in these areas. So this is what we have, but we cannot do it as climate change department alone. We cannot be everywhere. We feel that if we train those who are not profit-oriented, that is the civil society, if the district staff understand these things very well, they can help to shape the communities to get benefit, but also to manage the negative impacts of these carbon projects. And most times, we're only talking about the positive, that you get jobs, you get this, you get this, but also they have the negative from it. So this is the way how we are looking at it, and we are looking at collective action and the support as to help us move out this. When we are doing the launch, Mr. Moderator, Accord promised to engage with the climate change department and the civil societies that they are working with in Western Uganda. So this is one avenue that we also implore the other civil societies that if you have some bit of resources on climate change, please get in touch with us. We can organize to train the CBOs that are operating in those districts. We can work with the District Natural Resources Office in those districts to ensure that we avail this information in the language which is really understandable at their level, so that now they can be able to effectively participate, because they're talking about transparency in the carbon trading. So that word transparency is really very key in the implementation, in the benefit sharing, but also those that are marginalized can effectively participate in the carbon trading processes, because they are processes. So this is what we have the plan to do this. What we are waiting is we are waiting to get the resources, and these resources can be from government, but also from partners like civil societies, so that we can try to address such kind of concerns. Thank you very much.
Sir. And since there are no other further questions, I would now think that we should be getting ready to divulge into the law itself. And as we are going into the presentation of the regulations itself, one person here is asking, is the regulation a law? Who can answer that one? Maybe Commissioner?
Person asking a lawyer or not a lawyer?
I am responding to live chats.
Live chats
on
okay.
YouTube, sir.
Okay. A regulation is actually the one which is producing an enforcement of the law, because this is where you find the penalties, the fines, if you don't act otherwise. So it is the one which is unpacking the details of the law and how it should be exercised. So it is an annex to the law. It is the law by itself.
Thank you, sir. I hope. So I hope you have heard the one who asked whether regulation is a law, and indeed it's a law, as Commissioner has alluded to. So I want to hand over to the one who's going to take us through the law, and I want to encourage the audience to pay attention because this is why we are here. I don't see it loaded. Has it been uploaded? Okay, as they're uploading the presentation, please make sure you have copies of the law before you. And some of the key takeaways, district natural resource officers, I have not heard from any DNRO whether you are ready for enforcing this law, whether you have the tools for enforcing the law, or you were ambushed, because at one point, once a law is enacted and commencement has begun, ignorance is no excuse. Why am I saying so? I am one of these who have been fighting for the property of my dad. And the Succession Act states clearly, if someone dies, you have a very short period of time to notify authorities about someone's death. Many of us in this room, when we lose people, we just bury. I wonder even we have death certificates of our people who have died. Now, when the law gets you, is when someone sneaks and goes and gets letters on that person without your ignorance. So, colleagues who are charged with enforcing this law and those who are charged with implementing this law, we look forward to your utmost cooperation. People have been calling and others are saying, I have someone who wants to sell hot air, but he wants to ring fence my land. Others, you have been hearing, they are marketing stoves and they're asking them to sign agreements. And in our communities in Uganda, if just renewing IDs, government has to do mass sensitization to renew an ID. Renewing an ID, how about a project developer moving within a community with forms which even they cannot interpret, and you'll find no one is there to help these people. There are a lot of elites, and the carbon markets has so many brokers. So brokers seem to understand. As I'm talking, I'm waiting to see the presentation flashed up. Because the time is not on our side. So as we think about all of this, there have been these questions which are coming in. Where do I go if I want to start a project? How can I get support from my area? Do I go to a sub-county chief? Do I go to the Gombolola chief, the parish chief, like PDM people are doing? Do I look for an NGO? Water is very far. You can't travel from Arua to Luzira just to ask how I want to do a carbon project. So I think we need to find a way we respond to questions like the representative of Batwa community has asked on how to ensure we have this sustained capacity building, and it's good. The representative commission has said there will be a number of such initiatives defined in the roadmap. But feel free, colleagues, to ask questions on how to ensure that this law does not end up being those laws which have been put on shelves, and also ensure that communities know their rights. One of the things in Uganda is communities don't know their rights. Why I'm in court, my father entrusted the people with the putting in action his will. The people went ahead because we didn't know our rights, and they wanted now to implement the will in their own way. So you can see that it is costly for you to address a remedy. And because of the past problems in carbon or in selling hot air, we think this law is a silver bullet, and will address a number of gaps. One of the authors of the law is in the room, and I want to request that we really appreciate and give a round of applause to Dr. Mboga. So Dr. Mboga, please, thank you very much for really putting all your brains in this successful law, which today we are going to be taken through. So is the presentation ready? Okay, so I want to hand over to the presenter. Over.
All right, I hope you don't get bored of me. Fortunately, someone will come in just after some few slides, so you don't get bored of my presence in front here. I always like Robert's advice based on his tough experience. I think he just forgot to speak to the marriage certificate and the and the validity as well. And that's very important, especially to the women in the room. I hope, Robert, you speak to that at some point. Okay. Somebody asked a question, Robert. Did you respond to that person? The difference between avoided emissions and the removals? And the person is online. Maybe just to briefly give the difference, then I can just jump into that, is that avoided emissions simply means preventing, emissions that would have happened if you don't take any action, right? That's just what it means. For example, if I replace a diesel generator with solar power, I have avoided emissions that would have happened if I was using a diesel generator or diesel in the generator. That's just an example. And then a simple one, my colleague from the clean cooking unit, a simple one, distributing clean cooking cookstoves to replace the usual 3 stones cookstove that we use in the villages. That also speaks to avoided emissions. And then what carbon removals mean, this one you look at it in 2 ways, technology-based, but also activity-based. Technology-based, if you capture the emissions and store it. I think some countries are trying already to do this. You capture the emissions and store it The details of what would be the implications of that in the long run is what we do not know at the moment. But also, when it comes to activity-based, these are simply credits that come from activities that take away carbon dioxide emissions out of the atmosphere and they store it. For example, planting of trees. That definitely capture, pull the emissions and store it. I think just let me stop at that in terms of speaking to the person online. Robert, I hope you'll be able to type that to the person who is online. So I will speak to some few elements of the regulations. And again, Dr. Mboga, who is also my teacher, we want to appreciate you so much for being with us through the 2 years journey. It was very tough, but we want to thank you and also thank Emily and WWF for standing with us in 2 years to come up with these regulations. So, how I'm going to do it. Where a microphone or something? Because I don't have a slide. Okay, so in terms of the elements of the National Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations, it's a mouthful, but you can always say carbon regulations to simplify. So in terms of the introduction, the National Climate Change Act, which is now chapter or CAP 182, provides for participation in climate change mechanisms. It provides for compliance emission trading mechanisms, the ones I spoke to, the voluntary emission trading mechanisms, and also the non-market approaches that are in Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement. It also provides for cooperative approaches, which is 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. I think that the people who are behind the law, not the regulations, the law, were very brilliant, because there's also another provision where I think the 5th that says, and any other mechanism that the minister deems necessary or important. So you realize that our law is very open and it caters for the markets today and the markets to come. Okay, so the department that is responsible for climate change is the Ministry of Water and Environment. And that's how the law puts it, that the department responsible for climate change in the ministry is responsible for monitoring the participation of the projects, the project proponents, so that the project developers, in climate change mechanisms for conformity to the conditions of approval or any other requirements. We go to the next slides. So these regulations, basically, they provide or prescribe the procedure for participation and approval in climate change mechanisms by project proponents, but also the procedure for registration of project validators and verifiers. We know that validators and verifiers, these are the people that you cannot run away from when you're implementing a carbon project. You need a verifier to confirm that you have reduced emissions for you to earn your carbon credits. And then it also prescribes the ownership of emission reduction units and certified emission reductions as benefits arising from participating in a climate change or carbon project. So it covers that. Now, part 1 of the regulations speak to measurement of emissions. A measurement of emissions is in 2 parts. 1, we need, the lead agencies in this case can be the ministries, right? The ministries like Ministry of Energy or something like that. It says subject to Section 10 of the Act, a lead agency shall measure emissions of greenhouse gases in accordance with the IPCC guidelines for national greenhouse gas inventories. This is
The cornerstone of the greenhouse or generated carbon credits lies in that specific part, section one, part one of section one of part one. That you remember when I spoke to corresponding adjustments of pre-emission balance. It means that we should have a national greenhouse gas inventory that is up to date. So the big agencies have that responsibility of coming up with a national greenhouse gas inventory. We have a project component who wishes to undertake the climate change mechanism project. Needs to estimate emissions or reductions of greenhouse gases and determine the net emission reductions for the period in relation to the targeted greenhouse gas for that project in accordance with the greenhouse gas baseline in the project setting. This is very critical. If you're implementing a carbon project, it is mandatory or it's something you can't avoid that you need to determine the baseline before your project, and you also need to estimate how much your project is most likely to reduce in terms of greenhouse gases, and that will speak directly to the number of carbon credits that you'll be able to earn at the end of the project. But also later on when the verifiers come in, they should be able to verify that you actually reduce the emissions by that specific figure for you to be able to earn the carbon credits that you're able to sell. Part two of the regulations speak to registration of validators and verifiers. The registration, so subject to section 12 of the Act, the person who intends to conduct validation or verification in Uganda shall apply to the commissioner to be registered as a verified or validator. So some of you in project components advise your validators or verifiers to register with the commissioner packaging department. I don't know many parts of the regulations will speak to the minister, but the specific one is very it's one of the roles that has been assigned to the commissioner for the packaging department. There are requirements that someone who is a validator or verifier is to provide for them to be registered. They should have proof of accreditation in accordance with the UNFCCC standards, the 644 standards, or other international standards such as the gold standard, the ERA, Red Plus, and many others, or the Plan Zero. So I had someone here. Yeah, or the Plan Zero. So it should be accredited first by the international standards. Bring that proof to us, to the Commission of Climate Change, will be registered. But it should also have evidence of proof of payment of the registration fees for a verifier prescribed in Schedule 3. Was it premium? Was it premium the verifier who wants to register? You confirm you have the books on the table, the regulations on the table. Form 3, Schedule 3, to tell you the fees. So somebody is supposed to get 3 million. Somebody is supposed to show that evidence that you have paid. Now, when you're going to pay it, it's what we're still working with the Ministry of Finance. Next. 6 million. Yeah. So, still, you should provide a certificate. Then when you're registered, you provide it with a certificate of registration by the commissioner. So the commissioner shall consider the application submitted in registration form within 21 working days. In 21 days, and I properties to emphasize those days and months. Proceed and issue the applicant with the certificate of registration. So you issue the certificate of registration upon being successfully registered by the commission. And the commission shall upon issuing the certificate of registration of verifier, enter the details of the verifier in the register. The local register, but our day-to-day understanding is a registry. So if we wish to call it a registry of the project. But this certificate also has a validity period. This is valid for the period specified in the proof of accreditation submitted to the Commission. If all standard gives a verified period of maybe say 5 years, the moment that validity expires from all standard for 6.4 BNFCC, then it also expires from the Commission. Next. There is this scary one. Always project components or those involved. We do not want to see what to do. Revocation of certificate of registered value data. So that certificate also can be revoked when there are conditions under which such can be done. When the verifier has violated any national laws. 2, when the verifier obtains the certificate of registration by misrepresentation of material information, or when the accreditation of the verifier under the standards referred to has been revoked. If verifier revokes a verifier from somebody from being a verifier, automatically also the Commission also revokes that certificate for that verifier or validity. But also, what the good news is that this certificate can also be renewed. So a verifier seeking to renew a certificate of registration shall apply again to the Commission and follow the same procedure prescribed after. Okay, so we have part 3 of the regulations. That is to do with the approval of the climate change mechanism projects, and the approval of the carbon projects, and they are about these stages. And just to avoid being common in front here and getting bored, I'd like to hand over this now to the Assistant Commissioner.
Can we give a round of applause? Before the SC adaptation mitigation, someone that you are taking them on marathon. It was a marathon. So some wanted to request for clarity. Some wanted to raise questions, and then I said, okay, I will try to intervene and ask her first. But also they are saying we are fast. The online people, we are fast. So I first want to stop there. We have answered the part 1 and the part 2 of the regulations. That's what we have presented so far. And if you have copies of the regulations, you have 2 copies, and none of it is asking, why do we have 2 books before us? So that's the first question maybe I'm asking for your behalf, because you don't want to ask. So what we are saying, between part 1 and part 2 is what Irene has presented. Part 1 is the interpretation of the regulations, the terminologies we are using. Part 2 is the measurement. Irene has been
now gas emissions. Someone asked me, what is the difference between a validate and a verifier? I said, don't worry. All those answers will be given. You're in the room. Then the other one asked that they raised the comments during the launch. When are you sending the frequently asked question response? That one I said, the people themselves are going to tell you. So when are you publicizing the frequently asked questions and the answers ever since the launch? So those are 3 questions which I've compiled, but let's give priority to the people in the room. We want to start with the, yes, Mrs. Nant.
Thank you very much. Since we came to get familiarity and
Yes.
understand,
Yes.
I want to ask, she talked about the country must have an updated national greenhouse inventory.
Hmm.
I would like to ask, how often do you do this inventory? Who does it? And how can one be sure that you are doing it? 2, project proponents are people who want to apply to develop a climate change mechanism project. If I first do self-evaluation before I apply, what is the minimum measure of carbon? I don't know how you call it. What should be the, if I'm to do first self-assessment before I make an application, because I think these applications are also expensive. So before I consider applying to develop a climate change mechanism project, what is the minimum measure of carbon for sale before I do that? Then, what is the relationship between the forest certification process and the carbon credit trade process? When are they intermarrying? Because we have a forest certification committee in Uganda, and you are also talking about the verifiers and validators. When do they interface with the forest certification committee? And the last one, is it supposed to be an individual to apply? How about, since I come from a local government, we have so many smallholder farmers. What is the window for mobilizing them into an association so that they can also apply as potential project proponents? Thank you.
Very good questions from the DFO Achiso. Still the room is open. We want to collapse them because some might be.
Okay.
Yes, Moses DNR or acting DNR Obuyuk.
Mr. Simambo said that these regulations, we can't remove any comma or full stop. But may I want a clarity here, whether it was a typing error on measurement of emissions. In these books, section 1 says subject to section 9 of the Act. But in our presentation on the screen, it was subject to section 10 of the Act. So which is which now? Thank you. I was saying that in this book, page 299, on part 2, where there is free measurement of emissions, the first line says subject to section 9 of the Act. But on the screen, when it was presenting that same part, it was saying subject to section 10 of the Act. So which one should we quote as we are implementing? Thank you.
Thank you for having the eagle eye.
So much.
Uh-huh. Questions? Those are 2. Those are 2. Okay. I think we are first going to address these ones. Maybe we can start with those which were raised by Madame Nancha. Yes, over to you, Irene.
Okay, so I will speak to about 3 of them, and maybe we'll speak to the last one. Okay, thank you very much for your very good questions. Just shows how much we have ideas of what we are here to discuss today. So in terms of your question on inventory, who does it? How sure are we it is being done, and how often? Okay, so the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory is not entirely done by the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Climate Change Department. We have the Climate Change Department doing the overall coordination and compilation of the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. The role of coming up with a sectoral inventory lies in the hands of the sector. Ministry of Energy, for example, we have an organogram on how this has been organized. The Ministry of Energy, for example, I like to use Ministry of Energy a lot, I don't know why. But the Ministry of Energy, for example, is responsible for coming up with its own sector inventory, greenhouse gas inventory. We are guided by the international guidelines called under the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, but also with technical support and guidance and coordination from the Climate Change Department. The sector is expected to come up with that sector greenhouse gas inventory that would later inform the consolidation that will be done by the CCD to come up with a national greenhouse gas inventory. We haven't yet left the sector to do this by itself. We have been doing with them sector per sector, and then we consolidate to come up with a national one. How you can be sure that the sector has indeed, because this inventory is informed by data, not only coming from the Ministry of Energy as an example, but also from other data sources or providers. It can be from local government, it can be from private sector players, it can be from anyone who is playing activities relating to energy. And so that's how they consolidate data from the different data providers, and then use a software that has been designed by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to enter that data into that software. And we come up with the estimations of emissions from the sector. And then we do the overall compilation later on from the Climate Change Department. Ideally, this is supposed to be done on an annual basis. And moving forward, this is what we are really looking out for, especially if we get the financial support that we're looking out for. Because now that we are going to go into carbon markets, it will require us to have an up-to-date national greenhouse gas inventory. So we really trying hard to see that we have support and have the sectors also play their role to come up with an annual inventory, meaning that we'll have an up-to-date inventory from the sector, but also at the national level. So how you can know that this has been done, it's very, it can be in our website, can be in the UNFCCC website. We can disseminate this as well to up to the local governments, because we have also done this before through biannual transparency reports and the national reports that the country has been making to the UNFCCC. So there's evidence that this has been done and will also be done. But the frequency has been the challenge, but we're looking forward to making this on an annual basis. Yes. Yeah, you can.
Why I was asking, we have challenges. I represent all local governments in Uganda Forest Working Group. Data in local governments, it's not a funded activity. And yet when you say different sectors, you collect this data from different sectors, and local governments are one of the largest sources of data. So I would tend to think if you have one today, it may be a biased kind of an updated inventory. So representing local governments, I'm wondering whether the climate change department can start sending conditional money for data collection, because we deal with the communities on day-to-day basis, and I've not seen anyone propelling me to send the data, neither any local governments. So maybe the data you use is partial, and most of the data from local governments does not come forth, and therefore the inventory you have may be biased to a larger extent. That's what I think.
Okay. It's very interesting. You could say that, you want to say something? Okay, please.
Thank you, finally. I just thought I can just speak through again as you come in finally through what she has really raised. And it's a very pertinent issue, a critical issue that she has brought up. And I am happy she's representing well the local government. Thank you. I've not known your name, but thank you for that. And I just thought I can also, as my colleague Irene there will also be able to share with you. But I just thought that I can also add in and say that I want to believe that mechanisms are being put in place to make sure that that data specifically that you're looking at can be captured. And I just want us to just draw our attention, for example, to where we have some, for example, in the sister agencies, specifically she mentioned about the Ministry of Energy, where we are looking at MRVs and looking at a central point which can be able to capture that data. And I just have to say that that will be a reliable data once it is in place. And we're already working on it. We have a consultant already trying to do some work along that side to make sure that we have reliable data, which has no bias. I just thought I can speak through that as my colleague is going to also add there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. So you have helped me to answer the question one way or the other. I'm saying this because the responsibility of coming up with a sector greenhouse gas inventory, the sectoral, like Ministry of Energy, lies in the Ministry of Energy's role, becomes the Ministry of Energy's role. That's why he has said they are trying to improve their data collection by putting in place an MRV of energy to make sure that the different data from different data providers enter into that MRV system, and that will inform the sectoral inventory as well. So it may not be perfect. The kind of data that we've been using may not be very perfect, but there has been data, and they are putting effort to improve on the quality of the data that they will be using to feed into the sector inventory. Remember, sectoral inventories feed into, we just do the consolidation to come up with a national greenhouse gas inventory. So the sector has a lot of responsibility to put in money, but also to put in really a lot of human resource, all the efforts to ensure that they improve on their data collection process. But at the national level, we have the National Integrated MRV system. Now, the MRV system is simply going to be connecting to the different lead agencies. They are going to have their MRV as a sector. But for us, we would need information that they've put in that MRV to feed into our national MRV system as well. And that, if it is operationalized from the sector level, but also at the national level, will really take us very far in terms of having an improved kind of inventory as a country that we'll be having. So there are efforts. We know that actually we at the climate change department will not be having money to send directly to local government. I think that would be ideal and it would be nice. But also at the sector, we expected to work with the sectors. The Ministry of Energy, Transport, Industry, and many others supposed to work directly then with the local governments, depending on the kind of data that they're looking out for. And that is how it should be happening. I don't know if I don't answer it very well, maybe we will have it answered properly later. But there is a question where you said, how can you do a self-assessment to determine if actually what you're thinking will be viable, the minimum? The minimum measure, yes, for carbon. There are two things. One, I myself, maybe I'm producing cookstoves as an example. And so I can't just wake up and say, I think, well, you can have the idea at the back of your mind that I think I can get carbon credits out of these cookstoves. But there's a lot more that you need to put in as well for you to have the confidence that indeed what you're thinking about will become viable economically. It's why what Medi will be presenting later will be speaking to things like feasibility studies. For you to come up with a feasibility, undertake a feasibility study that will inform you of the many things, including, is your project, is your thought viable economically? Will it generate carbon credits that will bring you money that will not be less than the money you're going to spend in the process? Because you may need up to around $80,000 to $100,000 minimum for your project to go through the process successfully. So that is where also you come to think about what the colleague from Energy was speaking to as aggregators, where you will now fit into that big umbrella, because the Minister of Energy is going to come up with an umbrella. I like the example, the expression that Bill Farmer used to demonstrate that. So the Minister of Energy he would come with a real umbrella, by the way. So you have a real umbrella, and inside the umbrella, he puts hangers for clothes. So the umbrella is what the Ministry of Energy, for example, is coming up with. And then the hangers will be your small projects, small pieces of projects that then can be registered under that umbrella. Because the umbrella will have money to be able to go through all those processes of validation, verification, and many other things that they need to do. But you as an individual who is having a small project, you may not be able to, foot the costs of managing an entire project by yourself if the project is small. So, yeah, I think that, and then you spoke to something like, at what point does the Forest Certification Committee meet, at what point does it meet with the verifiers? Yes, so the certification committee, I believe this is a national arrangement, but when it comes to the validators and verifiers, these are internationally agreed. This is an internationally agreed process. And also in that process, what is required of the validators and verifiers, you've seen that they are registered in some internationally recognized standards. They do not just wake up and maybe I'm from certification committee and you can do the certification or verification, but these are internationally recognized, but also following the international decisions on climate change, on how carbon markets are expected to be operated. So I don't see where they can come in, but maybe the information that the certification committee can have can inform the verifier or the validator. But you know, the verification and validation are based on the actual project activities, the actions, the day-to-day actions. For example, if you're in the waste sector, how much waste is collected on a daily basis? How many tons per day, for example, is collected? What are the types of wastes collected? You see, so it goes to being specific on the actual project that you're implementing, not general. It's why we have these specific validators and verifiers whose role is to do exactly what is expected of that specific project. Let me end there. Thank you.
Irene, there were some questions for Mehdi, but before SC responds, there is a question behind there.
Yeah.
Give her the mic.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity. I'm Margaret Arikondela, the District Natural Resources Officer, Tegegwa. This is about the MRV system and greenhouse gas inventory and the contribution of local governments. And actually, thank you to the DFO for raising the issues that would really actually meet the effective participation of the local governments. Yeah, when I look at the MRV system and the aggregators, and they respond, okay, and also referring to what Mr. Tashobia has mentioned, I really say that it's like the system for inventory is shortcutting the participation of local government, which I think would not be a good thing. For efficiency and reliability of this data, I really think I do not know how possible is it to take the MRV system to the local government such that as the DFO or the DNROs are interacting with those climate mechanism projects, they can easily get that first-hand information. She talked about the climate change department sending a conditional grant to the local government. So to me, I would say the responsible sector, for example, Ministry of Energy, instead of hiring someone to go down to the local government, maybe I'm not so much into carbon, but I believe that maybe a consultant is sent to the lower local governments or to these projects to support in updating the inventory. So if we consolidated that fund and built the capacity of the local governments, we would actually have more efficient and reliable data that is going to support our communities and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the submissions, what this points out is one of the actions which we intend to complete, the roles and responsibilities. I think we made a mistake without first going through the law. Now, the law defines a lead agency. A local government is a lead agency. Okay? And you have a key role to play in implementing the Climate Change Act and its attendant regulations. We have had this fun arrangement of signing data sharing protocols among MDAs. And if you recall, there was a communication from Attorney General stopping MDAs from signing MOUs among each other. I don't know whether all of you received that communication. He advised that all of you work for the same government. So why would NFA sign an MOU with another public body to share information? So henceforth, that was not entertained anymore. What does this now mean? In the climate change regulations and the Act, lead agencies, one of the roles you have to play is to lead on the measurement of emissions. Someone will ask, how can district local government like Wachiso be in charge of estimating greenhouse gases? One, emissions, we know all the sectors they are coming from. Energy, so the lead agency working on matters related to energy in Uganda is charged with that responsibility. The lead agency charged with the transport is related with transport emissions. The lead agency charged with matters of waste is charged with the methane and the other associated gases there. The lead agency charged with forests is charged with all forestry-related emissions. The lead agency charged with agriculture is charged with all agriculture-related emissions. Now, the interplay of how these lead agencies operate is outside the scope and the monitor of the climate change department. For example, Madam Nacha has talked about the forest certification, which we know this is a process of ensuring forest products are coming from sustainably managed forests. Okay? It's just ensuring that the source and the origin of these products is coming from a source which has been sustainably managed, is meeting some standards. But it does not directly correlate with the carbon-related process, because now the carbon-related process goes beyond the sustainable management. It goes into the actual measurements and so forth. It goes into how to validate the carbon project and how to validate and how you verify the emissions coming from that area you are reporting. So, in a nutshell, what we are saying, let's read these regulations with the parent law. So the parent law requires each local government, each district natural resource officer to come up with a district climate change action plan. Now, whatever you want to do on climate change, state it there. Whatever financial requirements you have, state them there. Then the National Climate Change Act is correlating with the National Environment Act. So someone was talking of a conditional grant. The reason why these two laws are talking to each other is to reinforce. You are working for the same government. So the National Environment Act provides for the district, it provides for the environment and natural resource conditional grant. So other requirements which fit within those areas, within environment and natural resources, they can fit in that grant. The question is, are you receiving it also or not yet? But for that one, it is provided for in the Environment Act. But it is not in the Climate Change Act. But when you come to the Climate Change Act, it is referencing the Environment Act. And that's why you see some of the institutions in the Environment Act are serving the Climate Change Act. The same applies to the fund, that Environment and Natural Resources Conditional Grant. So we need to continue this work and see how we can ensure full implementation of this. But there was a question which Commissioner you had to respond to. Yes.
Very much, Robert. I think this came from Moses. In the presentation, she was mentioning about Section 10. And in the law, in the regulation, it is talking about Section what? 9. I think it is a mistake in the presentation, but in the law it is very clear. It is Section number 9, which we are trying to operationalize. But just to say that the mistake is not intended to to confuse. Most of you are in the law space. You've heard what the Attorney General is doing, or the Minister of Justice. They are changing what we call sections of all the laws in Uganda into chapters. I think you've heard about that. All laws in Uganda are being converted from the so-called sections into chapters. Now you will find what you have in the laws which are present now as section 10, but when it goes to the chapter, it can be chapter 19 in the conversion. That work is yet to be finalized, and you expect this in all the laws of Uganda, regardless of which sector. They can remain as is, the same section, the same chapter as the new naming, or a section in the current law, but a new chapter or a chapter which is either above or lower than what we're trying to specify here. So this would be now chapter 10, not section 10. But the way it is in the book that we're referring to, as according to the law, is section 9. But thank you for that observation. It is really very, very important, but we just need to take note that the Minister of Justice is changing the nomenclature of naming the laws of Uganda, converting them into sections. Okay?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And to complement, some of us have been in court. We are suffering with court cases. It is now encouraged, stop citing soft copies of our laws. The sections have shifted. The same applies to the Succession Act. You might reference a section 9 in the Succession Act, but in the printed copy of the chapter, it is no longer section 9, it is section 8. All of you are encouraged to procure these books from Uganda Printing and what? You have to pay. What do you want 3 things? So colleagues, when you are citing the National Environment Act 2019, which is chapter 181, don't use the online version. Those sections have changed. Go for the chapter. Go and buy the chapter, or go to NEMA and they give you the chapter. The chapter 181, and now cite the chapters the way they are flowing. The same applies to the National Climate Change Act. Come to the Climate Change Department and ask for the chapter. Don't go online and you ask Google. Then it gives you that online version. You will get into what this commissioner is saying, that some of these things might have shifted. The content remains, nothing changes, but numbering. So we encourage you to really use hard what? Laws are cited when you have hard copies than soft copies. That is the food for thought. I saw a hand. Yes, where is the one moving the mic? Oh, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I came in late. Bukenya Sawagans Rebecca are the names. I'm the District Natural Resources Officer of Wakiso. I just feel I should add on to the issue of guidelines that you are talking about, since I'm the actual person feeling it and facing it. One, recently I was looking at this inventory of green gas houses, and I had to go through Ministry of Local Government. They didn't seem to understand what I was talking about, and they actually pushed off this opportunity I had. In summary, what am I saying? You, our leaders at the top, ministries, you need to coordinate amongst yourselves and understand this so-called science or management or administration. So I missed that opportunity, and I don't have the inventory of the green gas houses in Wakiso, and I have the highest transport industries and all that, so the emissions are highest. That's one point. I'm kindly requesting for coordination at interministerial level. 2, within the ministry, my respectful mother ministry. You are in climate change, they are in wetlands, they are in forestry, there is no coordination. We have these guidelines. My brother Robert doesn't know the way the guidelines affect me. I have percentages I'm supposed to follow. And then the District Environment Natural Resources Committee is referred to in the climate. I came with my volume here. May I have mine? I move with it. I have sections I put. I'm supposed to have the committees now, climate change and then environment, as if they are different. I think we need to just state it explicitly. It is the same committee, it should work on A, B, C, D. Back to the guidelines, I have them here. I have a screenshot. 30% wetland area, 20% riverbanks and lake shores, 30% area covered in forest, 5% mountainous, 5 management plan, whatever, 10% projects under UGIF. These are guidelines from the same ministry. Why don't we discuss and plan properly at the ministerial level and know that if it is to do a climate action plan, data. There's no meeting that I attended, I don't talk about that, and I'm glad that my sister is following suit because me, I'm going out. So I'll trust her to continue. Let there be a figure on these percentages for data collection and leave it to us as the people working on ground. Ministry of Agriculture has a statistical lot. We have statisticians who do not know what they are supposed to do. Because me, I tell them mine is scientific data. You don't understand it the way Ubos gets it random. And mine is facts, physical, biological, evidence-based. I've finished that point. I hope I'm getting myself clear. Back to the Ministry of Energy. Glad to see you. I always meet you. Your ministry is up there in the air. You are so centralized. We have so many things, and you have failed to get the regulations of the building substances. I use the opportunity whenever I meet you, our bosses. So here I speak very freely. Now, those stoves you are selling, where are they when they are not in Wakiso? And what impact are you going to get when you have not reached to the local government that has the highest population? There are charcoals everywhere, the trees are gone, the schools are many, the industries are many. You are highly centralized. Get down to us. Whenever I ask, they tell me you are piloting in urban places and pilot in the other upcoming districts. When a district is a sub-county, it's different from when a district has 9 town councils and 4 municipalities. And there is only one district natural resources officer whom you've never met, which the ministry does not know. But I hear things here and there. I hope my point is simply put across. The last thing, why are you people laughing? Me, I just speak the way I speak. And it is real implementable things. The urban councils do not have this grant. This is another point, whoever the rapporteur is. This is my other point. And I'm glad that I speak in different forums. Local Government Finance Commission. Oh, Commissioner Environment has come in. I made my point when you're out, but you can take it back. Your ministry should cease to be a ministry of water. Water is supported by the other sectors, and we balance the guidelines. The last point I was putting across was the urban councils, where there is a lot of emissions of green gases, are not receiving that grant that we are talking about. I think that suffices. So we do not have the gadgets to measure. At least us in Wakiso, we now have action plans that are going to be there, climate change, disaster risk reduction things, but others do not have. And I speak also on behalf of all the local governments and the sectors under natural resources. They are not facilitated, and the urban councils, the urban centers are growing in number. So we need to look at this from that angle. Over OPM, I don't know, but the monies are there that can be. And then another thing, enforcement is only, someone said, are we ready to enforce as natural resources officers? Banange, our work is risky. The other day they were shooting themselves at the police in Wakiso, and my colleague called thinking I was there because they were fighting over land and environment things. I wasn't there, thank God. But the point is, Minister of Public Service should also be able to appreciate that ours is enforcement. I mean, I don't hold guns. I have my tools, yes, but the structures do not provide for any enforcement regardless of the nature of work that we are doing. I submit.
Thank you, DNRO Wakiso, Madam Rebecca. I've taken notes, but I know SC mitigation adaptation will be responding about to coordination, about to the percentage. were you proposing there should be an allocation of a percentage for data collection?
Thank you. I have a brother here who is very caring. Thank you, Patrick. I mean, the ministries have parameters for giving these grants, not from your ministry. There are no grants there. But wherever the grants are, they have parameters they should base on. But all I'm saying that since it is the same ministry, these divisions, water has a big share, and then the ENR side doesn't have. Now climate change is also grappling. We are the same country. Whatever parameters, my SC can ably explain his science so that they put in a condition, because it is the same committee, we are the same staff, because when I spend it, they'll again ask me questions, and then they take Mimbo audit queries. So I would really love to bring it holistic. If it is energy, if it is climate change in that guideline, if they're increasing the guidelines because we have more action management plans, then in climate change, you may not have a strategy, a management plan, but we shall have an action plan. Then they'll say the local governments that have action plans, we shall add a certain, I hope I'm making myself clear. I think they understand because they have parameters in energy. I think they would look at population and households that are using biomass vis-a-vis the need to go to electricity and gas, which is very expensive for replacement. So they'll use parameters. But my point is, if it is ENR grant, let it be ENR in totality, the way I am tasked to manage it at local government level. Am I clear? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity, because we need to have these key actions noted. I want to give room to Assistant Commissioner to first respond before we go back to Tashovia about coordination. Coordination.
Thank you very much, Robert. I think the issue of coordination is everywhere. It is a challenge everywhere, more especially when you have vested interests by institutions or by individuals working those institutions. But we work towards improving the coordination even at international level. That's why you see people who are working for the CBD, the Convention on Biodiversity, people working for the Convention on Desertification, and up that level. So we take note of these recommendations. They're helping us to improve. But I think one key thing which we need to take note of, that I just want to say that the coordination structures for climate change are already being spelled out in the law, which Madam Rebecca has. Okay? And I think the issue here is about operationalizing them and making them strong fora for coordination. We desist to create new institutional arrangement on climate change because climate change is cross-cutting. That's why I talk about energy, I talk about this, this, and this, and this. And you cannot be everything, okay? What we're all talking about is that how do we strengthen the coordination at national level? How do we strengthen the coordination at the subnational level? And that's why the law, which Madame Sabagans has, I think she can show it to everybody, is just making it that in the natural resources at the district level is where the overall coordination of the climate change action. Now the question is that, do they have the right tools? Do they have capacity? Do they have resources to able to do what they're supposed to do? And I think this is where we are moving. That's why they are talking about the grants. You did mention a good thing that water and environment should separate, because water, they are getting the grant. Natural resources, I think, how many launches have you done to think for getting money to increase the allocations for the natural resources? But it's not coming in through, and people are not appreciating. So one of the mechanisms that we are looking, if you get in well and things don't change, that we want to increase on the corrections of resources. The fees that we are talking about here in these regulations, okay, what is this fees going to do, isn't it? The fees for environmental levies, we are getting less. Back to environment, we know it that despite the split fee that we've been talking about, that get this percentage, plow it back to what? natural resources to help do their work. So some of these things that we're discussing here, we can able try to translate them at the political level, allocation, and all that kind, but still a challenge. Whoever has opportunity to talk about them, please feel free to talk about them. It is not news that there is less given back to natural resources. And we have added on another added responsibilities of mountain climate change activities in the district. And you want them to report. That's why they are called lead agencies also. If you have read this, if you have made the interpretation of what this one means, the lead agency and all local government, meaning that you have responsibility to ensure that these actions are what? Are done. So to me, I would think that the issues of coordination, Madam Sabaganzi, they are well spelled, but we are still figuring out the issues of making them operation. And operation is by resources, operation is by capacity of people, operation is by numbers, and operation is by tools. Until when we have that put into consideration is when we can try to strengthen the aspect of the coordination we're talking about. But I admit that it is still a challenge, whether inbuilt within the institutions or individuals that are working in that institution. And I think it is something that we have to do collective effort to improve that. That one is not news. We have that, but operationalizing them is a challenge that we are still facing. And even the fees that we'll be talking about here in this presentation, they will go back to the consolidated fund. We've been talking to them, can you create a climate change fund? This current parliament say we cannot create many funds which are not what? Operationalizing. So these are all issues that we need to put on the table. So how do we then fight back to get the levies or part of the levies as part of the percentages to support in running the issues of coordination and natural resources in totality? So, Mr. Moderator, I think I've not provided a solution, but I just wanted to a little bit make it more broader that we are in for it. Whoever have capacity to talk about it, I think we are all in it. That we need to just, I don't know what else we are going to do, but it is something which needs urgent attention, especially political pronouncement in aspect of resource allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, SC. Just to read verbatim, lead agency means a ministry, department, agency of government, or a local government responsible for undertaking response measures for climate change in accordance with the Act and the National Climate Change Policy. So the first, can I say, the first responsibility of any local government is to put in place your climate change plan. That is the District Climate Change Action Plan. The District Climate Change Action Plan will tell you how much emissions. It will tell you how vulnerable you are. It will tell you how, what are your priority adaptation and mitigation, depending on where you are. And then the beauty is the law makes it a requirement for you. However, it doesn't put punitive measures. So if we can start from these basic structures like Esa has said, let each of us do what he or she is expected to do. Yes, Nathan?
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, we have been in this together for a long time. Right from 2006, 2005, I know somewhere I still in high school. This is when the conditional grant was put in place. And you remember at the beginning, it was purely for wetlands management. Around 2019, 2020, there was some enhancement. That enhancement didn't come from nowhere. We put up a fight to enhance that grant, including purchase of vehicles for local governments. Finance said they cannot do it at once, they would increase gradually. Now there was some initial increment, which also led to a revision of the guidelines, and that widened the scope from wetlands now to forestry and the general environmental management. The gradual increment has not been effected. When they increased a little that year, they've maintained that. And that has become a challenge in even achieving some of the intended objectives that we had thought we would achieve. Now, when we come up with the new regulation and it is talking about activities in that regard, of course, over time it will require that we make amendments to the guidelines to accommodate this as well. But it can also be a basis. This regulation can be a basis for us to negotiate further for additional financing into the sector. We are all aware we have money locked up in the NEF, provided for in the Environment Act, and with guidance about, actually the NEF 70% is supposed to go to MDAs, actually the agencies. But this has not been operationalized. When the money goes to the consolidated fund, getting it out there has been a challenge. So the other most unfortunate thing is the urban authorities. These are completely not getting anything. The grant goes only to the districts, and it has been part of the basis that we have been relying on to say at least something should go to the urban authorities. But you know, with finance, maybe because someone has recommended that we move from water. Finance, when you want an increment, they say adjust within your budget for the ministry. But touching the budget, the water budget is a problem. Although we think if we had something tapped from there, it would not need as much as they do, but touching their money is not that easy. So we shall keep pushing until we get where we want to be. Thank you.
And for this recommendation, I think our team of rapporteurs are noting really the additional requirements for lead agencies in these laws and regulations justify why we need to continue request for amendments in the guidelines. But also, Nathan, don't forget why we are still locked in the wetland financing. That money was from World Bank, Poverty Alleviation Fund. I remember I was one of the Congo people who was waving why PAF should remain. So Poverty Alleviation Fund, maybe the people who were still sitting on that money were still locked on the PAF because the PAF was ring-fenced only for the wetlands. Maybe we need to talk to them and tell them PAF ended, now you need to expand this. That might be another thing. But I think it's a good recommendation to talk about these guidelines. Yes, Mr. Tashovia, I want to give you 1 minute and we decide whether we go for lunch or we go into one of the concrete sections in the regulation. Hey, can someone give a mic to Mr. Tashovia?
I have one.
Please.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank my sister again for a few highlights that she has brought up, and I think it is a very pertinent issue. But I just thought I can respond to some of the worries and maybe try to allay her fears.
We're going to have lunch?
Just in 1 minute.
Okay.
So 1 minute, I would use it like this. One, as we transition to UNDP 4, you will recall that in the recent UBOS report, and she mentioned about clean cooking, that we are having issues. So I just wanted to remind her that yes, we realized that when we saw a 3% adoption in the clean cooking. But again, to remind her that Uganda has excess power than we can consume. So that said, through the interministerial committee statement, a clean cooking unit was established, and now it is functional at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and specifically to do the coordination, do investment and attracting finance, and also data and knowledge management. In short, we are trying to ensure when we look at coordination, remove the barriers of duplication into implementation of the programs, specifically like what you're saying in Wakiso district and other districts that we are seeing. But again, ensuring that there's other coordination in terms of making sure that we are able to track of what is going on in your areas. Then you mentioned about data, and we already mentioned about a few approaches and mechanisms that we're trying to put in place to make sure that we have data available and visible for everyone, and so you're not having challenges. And partly what we are going to be doing, we are yet reaching out to you as well in some of the surveys that we are already doing to make sure that we are all aligned in this space. So I just thought I can array her fear in that way. Thank you.
So district local governments, clean cooking unit will be reaching out to you. We will remind them in case they delay. Now we are supposed to be going through approval of a climate change mechanism project. But we are within lunch. It is 1:30. I'm in your hands. Should we do a dry run or we break for lunch? You see, we are in a democratic country. I like the way they do it in parliament. So colleagues, should we break up for lunch? We have a shot. Yes, Irene? Yes, please make a suggestion. You make a suggestion and then we see if it is consensual or not. How many go for lunch? How many we do a dry run? Yes, the men have said that. I think we need to break for lunch. I don't know, colleagues, is lunch ready at the back? How are we getting certificates to access lunch? Okay. That said, we need to break for lunch. I told you we have another interesting session on NDC accounting, or what we call greenhouse gas emissions accounting. And since a number of you are interested in these emissions, you really want to get into this session when you are still energized. So if we can have lunch for 40 minutes, and we be back here by 2:10, such that we go through this part of approval and then we switch to NDC accounting, especially the greenhouse gas emissions accounting. That would be a very good plan if we can stick to time. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
The other question was, can we apply at the local government if you want to participate in the climate change mechanism? The answer is no. You can't apply to the local government because application is to the minister. And the minister does not sit at the local government. The minister is based in Ruzira. So you find how the application goes to Ruzira. It can go physical, it can get electronic. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. We are going in the fourth part of the climate change mechanisms, regulations. During lunch, someone hinted on me and said, why are they called the climate change mechanisms? Why aren't they called the carbon markets? The framers in 2019, 2020 thought otherwise, that in future, where there is either a domestic approach or a global approach, our law will remain in compliance. And that's why it is the broadness of the mechanisms. And remember, we are migrating from CDM, Clean Development Mechanisms. So that is one of the mechanisms everyone knew. I am waiting for colleagues who are going to take us through. As more questions keep to come, Kursum, my books. Where do we get hard copies? Please, hard copies are free at, you can reach out to the climate change department. And that is a gesture of transparency of information. Access to information. Access to information. IT, can you load the presentation, please? What's the mic? Please, Penina, go ahead. Online colleagues, we have resumed from lunch. I hope you enjoyed your lunch too.
It's working.
Go ahead, Penina.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I'm called Zanka Penina, and I have about 3 questions from where I am expecting some responses from the previous presentation. Madam Irene will forgive me if I misquote what I'm going to share. When coming up with a verifier registration of 6 million, did they consider investment opportunity of smallholder farmer? That's question 1. Then question 2, who determines the market value of carbon credit? The last one, what safeguards are put in place to prevent exploitation under carbon schemes?
Thank you, Penina. These are very good questions to Assistant Commissioner Adaptation and Mitigation and the team. I want to repeat Penina's wonderful questions. Question 1. Fees for registration of a verifier. Madam Irene, 6 million. Did you put into context what opportunities smallholders? Did you put into context the opportunity of smallholders? 2, who determines the market value? Who determines the market value of the carbon prices? The third one, which is a very good one. See, we had the president, if he was happy to tell you, that is a good one. The good one is, what safeguards are put in place to prevent exploitation, under carbon schemes? How do we protect Ugandans from being exploited in the name of carbon? The floor is still open for questions. The first one, but even the author is here. Penina, can you rephrase question 1 about the verifier? Are you complaining of the price? The fee is too high?
It might not be too high for everyone, but for sure. Was it considered for every Ugandan, a small farmer, to manage that money, that fee? That is my question, question 1.
Okay.
Then the question 2, as you've brought it, who determines the market values of carbon credit?
Yes.
Then finally,
yes,
what safeguards are put in place to prevent exploitation or exploitations under the carbon schemes?
Those are Penina's questions. Any other questions we can have? We want to get around before we go into this third. Yes, Adri.
Thank you, Robert. Penina asked the first time on the opportunity cost, what it means for a verifier being charged 6 million to a smallholder farmer. I think that's how I understood it at first. But and then she asked the second one that she asked later. So
thank you for clarifying. Irene?
Excuse me, Robert.
Yes.
The facilitator. It's true. I started by quoting what she shared, and I said, apologize if I mistook that not to be 6, but I had as if the registration is 6 million. And now my question is, did you consider investment opportunity of smallholder farmer?
That means you have rephrased the question.
It was like that before, but the second time I just went through it quickly. But it's how I just put it down before I went for lunch.
Let me rephrase. The first one is when you are charging, Madam Irene, when you charge a verifier 6 million, are you cognizant of the fact that smallholder farmers have invested? She has understood. We want clear questions like those ones. I like the question on exploitation. She's going to tell us what safeguards. Any other? I didn't give a chance to online people. Are they still there? Yes? The frequently asked, yes, Anton has a question. You see, we are in a .com world. Mike is near you.
Okay. These are frequent asked questions. Since I represent some constituents out there, we have incidences where you have, say you come to my farm, I am participating in, maybe I have some agroforestry. I'm registered to one entity. Then I also have a stove project. I'm registered to another entity. Then I also have maybe a solar water pumping scheme, also registered to another. Now, but I have one ID maybe. If you check in the database, now you're going to find scenarios like that where just one individual could be participating in more than 2-3 schemes, but doing different things. How will that be sorted? Because these questions keep coming. Yeah. Then the other question is, I think they are more or less, maybe we haven't reached there, the letters and so on. I normally get requests. We need letters of comfort. We need this and that. How is the process going to be like? Maybe we need to spend some time explaining the process. Like I would expect, of course, this is the regulation as it is. Maybe at some point, we need to have like somebody to download and then do this thing in a very systematic way. Like you make a presentation, maybe a schematic presentation, how one goes through the process. This is the law, but now on the practical application of the law now, because most people don't know how things flow. But they keep asking me, I get calls almost every week. So it's just an appeal.
Are you a broker? Are you a project proponent?
By virtue of my position, people think I work for the department sometimes.
So you're a broker?
No, I am, okay, knowledge broker. Let me put myself in that context.
Yes, I think Antone's question, Irene and team, is there an infographic, something which tells someone the steps someone goes to? One of the pains I have with environmental law, you want environmental law to be descriptive, and other laws, you leave them the way they are. The Succession Act doesn't have a pictogram to explain to you. If you have died, where do you go to? But I think, since for us we are talking about nature, environment, and trade, that is something Irene is going to speak about. What plans are there? Anna online. Anna?
Yes, yes, Mr. Bachika.
Please go ahead.
I hope
with
I'm
your
audible.
question.
Yes, I was just saying it would be good to go through the enforcement and compliance mechanisms of the regulations, just to avoid more of the questions that are coming in. And that again goes back to what Anthony talked about, the practical implementation of the regulations. Beyond what's on paper.
We can't hear you.
Beyond what's on paper.
Let them switch the voice not to go through the projector, but to go through the speaker.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yes, I was saying it would be good to have a session where the participants are taken through the compliance and enforcement mechanisms of the regulations, so then we can understand in practice what's going to happen beyond what's just on paper in the regulations. Now we cannot talk about the gaps thing because we've just launched the regulations, but in practice, how are these regulations going to be enforced and implemented? I'm just following up on what Mr. Wolimwa said.
Thank you, Anna. Anna is a lawyer from our code. That is why she's taking us so fast. Anna, otuvuga speed. You are taking us to the last chapter, which is the general regulations. He's talking about enforcement and compliance. What are those measures? The fines and the fees. If you don't do this, how are you brought into compliance? So yes, that one we are yet to share, and we will take you through the provisions on compliance and enforcement. Any other? Before I invite Irene to respond. Okay, Madam Irene.
Thank you very much, Robert. And thank you to you all for your questions. I'll try to attempt and respond to the questions. Thank you, Anna. You know, your boss or your colleague told us during the regulations that code and others will be our mirror. So we don't take your questions, we take your questions seriously. So the question on the fees on verifiers being a bit high, and if we took into consideration the smallholder farmers. That's the question, right? Correct. So you see, in my initial part 1 and 2 of the regulations, I said these verifiers and validators, they first register with the existing international standards up there, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. They pay that much. The verifiers pay this amount of money to the government because it is also supposed to protect those project proponents or project developers in the country. Remember, we don't even have a verifier, by the way, who is a Ugandan. We don't have a validator, we don't have a verifier who is a Ugandan. Leave alone Ugandan, African. So far, we do not have any. Even during the CDM regime, we did not have any. Now, the fees that they pay has nothing to do with the smallholder farmer or the big holder farmer. I don't know if I make that clear. Because first of all, their costs on verifying the project is way too high. I think it goes even up to like $30,000 for a project. For them to verify your project, you pay them that high. Is why when it comes to smallholder farmers, it will not make economic sense to implement your small project because you have a lot of costs involved in the process. And that's why programs or aggregators like what the Ministry of Energy is proposing, and of course there are many others that can come into play, are very important as a smallholder farmer. You attach yourself to those small programs. Because these fees, as Ugandans, we should even be happy because at the end, it will come to the consolidated fund and then it will trickle down, that is if they give us money, to the activities that we're supposed to implement as a country, at local, government, but also running the administrative costs of managing carbon markets. So it has nothing to do with a smallholder or a big holder farmer, right? I don't know if I've answered it properly, but you'll ask me if I haven't. I can try to make it more clearer, but that is what it means. Also, why we want them to be registered with the commissioner is for purposes of doing diligence, and also protecting you, who is a project developer, from any negative actions that this verifier or validator may, how he or she will conduct himself while validating or verifying your project. So this is very important. It's a way of protecting also our people, okay? In terms of the market value, who determines the carbon value? It's a market. A market is determined by forces of demand and supply. So no one has control over it, but it's naturally driven by economics, forces of demand and supply. And that's why you saw, for those who have been following carbon markets, at some point, the market price was almost 1 or negative. But before that, the prices were really very high and it was lucrative. So it's the same thing that will apply to the current regime of carbon markets or carbon credits. Safeguards put in place to prevent exploitation. I think this is Robert preempting the presentation. And if you could allow, you would wait for the presentation to be made. I'm sure you'll find out that there are aspects that speak to the preventing exploitation of Ugandans, the process of generating carbon credits. So I don't want to preempt that. And I think the last person as well, different schemes, how it is treated. I don't remember your question very well. Oh, yes, I get you. Yes. My team, our team, and that of one of Triple GI, our partner, we are already putting down this breakdown to have a good flow of the stages and the requirements. For example, if you need a letter of no objection, so we can have a complete flow of the different steps and then the requirements under each step. And we believe that that will somehow simplify the regulations. And that will also make it very easy for you to present or speak to your people using that simplified manner. So as you know that we just launched these regulations, but we are getting back to our desk to ensure that we break down these regulations further to make it easy for everyone to understand the different parts of the regulation. So we'll be working on that. We just decided it by ourselves, but we didn't know you're going through that. So that really even pushes us to finalize it as soon as possible. So we should be able to share. That should be able to come out soon. I think that is it. Robert, you're so far, but you can come and take over. I think I've answered them.
Thank you once again. I am Tashovia. Again, I just want to add on what has already been explained briefly. Someone who was worried about the verifiers. And I just wanted to say that actually the verifiers, you better try to make sure that you have as many as possible to make sure that your project is successful, because they want to confirm that you actually qualify to have carbon credits. The project you have can only generate carbon credits after you have been verified. Lest they will be calling them another name. Some other people will call them carbon offsets. It is even not a credit until it is verified. So they are here to help you. Again, verifiers is not everyone. Not everyone can be a verifier. So that's why they are saying we have a limited number of verifiers that can do that work. So it is not for everyone. That's what I can say. Again, someone mentioned about the carbon markets. Why? Who determines the carbon markets? And I think it is a very pertinent issue. I think there are different markets in that space, okay. I would just put out two of them, where we have voluntary markets and we have simple compliance markets. Maybe I would just pick only two. If it is a compliance market, maybe the government can try as much to bargain for a higher price. But if it is a voluntary market, automatically the buyer will always determine the price of what is going to buy. But also you need to understand also the dynamics within that carbon space. We have the owner of the credits, but in between there, we have a broker. Then at the extreme end, we have the actual real buyer who can buy your credits. So if you can be able to access the real buyer yourself, then that means you can determine the best price. But if you are going to go through a broker to make sure that you access the buyer of your carbon credits, then that means the broker can determine, because he also wants to benefit. So that is where you have to be careful as you enter the trade, to make sure you understand who is a broker, who is not a broker, then which companies buy and which companies don't buy. Thank you so much.
Very much, Mr. Tashobia, for that rejoinder. Kusum, which car is blocking others? If you're driving a UBL 35, continuing, you have blocked someone who wants to go. Kindly go and kusetulamu. Now, that said, we want to resume our familiarization, and I want to invite our colleague back to take us through the next part of the regulation. Colleagues, as we continue, remember each number she's talking about is a regulation. So don't think the whole book is the regulation. The whole book are the regulation. Each number is a regulation. That one I've been told to remind you. Someone is saying, this regulation, these regulations. So presenter, can we load the presentation? We will get an energizer later. So we're on part, can you go back? Back? Oh, no, if one. Next. 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 I think they are. What is? So, like I said, we are going into the gist of the regulations. Someone was asking me, okay, you have been telling us verifier, validator. This one seems to be high up in the sky. Now, how about us? So I want to invite, is it Irene? I want to invite Irene to take us through this section of Moscow.
Sorry, my promise failed, but Mehdi will be coming back in, so you will see me again. Okay, so. Oh, okay, here it comes. Please come and save my face from here. The problem is, the problem is that they are tired of overseeing me.
Just need to pick it from here. Irene made a presentation in the morning introducing what are carbon or what is climate change mechanisms. And she introduced to us about 3 of arrangements of the mechanisms. That is the Article 6, but Article 6 has 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8. I hope you still recall that. So now the question to Irene, I want you to say yes or no as people are listening to this presentation.
I thought you were asking participants.
No,
it's a yes.
I'm asking
yes.
you on behalf of the participants.
Oh, okay.
Is this regulation regulating the 6.2?
Yes.
Is this regulation regulating the 6.4?
Correct.
Is this regulation regulating the 6.8?
Yes.
Okay. So now, all 6, the 0.2, the 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8, don't say me I'm implementing a project which is 6.4 and you don't respect the regulations. Don't say that is the voluntary. The voluntary and what? And the voluntary. The compliance and what? And the voluntary. All these are regulated. All those ones are what? Are regulated under these regulations. So who is to implement this regulation? Can the Minister of Energy be a project proponent? I'm asking Irene.
Okay. Do we have lawyers here? Because this is like a court. Okay, so yes, Minister of Energy, you and I, anyone can be a project proponent.
So it is important to understand who a project proponent is under these regulations. It can be an individual, it can be a company, it can be a ministry of government, it can even be local government if you have capacity. You can also be a project what? Proponent. And I think this is really very, very what? Very important. Because what I'm going to take you through is what project proponents have to abide to, isn't it? Okay? So that is really very important for us to understand a project what? Proponent. Then another key interpretation, a lead agent, I think this is what Irene and Robert have been singing from morning. Who is a lead agent? Lead agencies are ministries, departments, and agents, and what? Ministry, department, and government agencies, but also local government. They are also lead what? Lead agents. Please pack those quotations I'm making. They are very important because in our discussion, you will see that
A lead agency must authorize the project proponent. But if I'm a lead agency, but also I'm a project proponent, what can I do then? Isn't it? So take note of that. It is very important. Now that you have understood, in summary, what Irene has been speaking since morning, that all the articles are registered under here. This book number, the blue one, this is the main regulation, but this is an amendment. Before implementing this regulation, government took a keen eye and said that this part, this and part, this, I think they need to be improved in terms of understanding. So this one is just an amendment of part of the sections which are in these regulations. We would have printed as one. Why don't you insert this one into this one? So that is one book, isn't it? But those who understand law very well, they say, no, it cannot be like that. This was gazetted, isn't it? And when you saw that you need to elaborate certain areas, you have to make an what? Amendment and also gazette. Okay? So I'll explain this when I reach at that level. Now, that part one is dealing with the interpretation, and Irene did mention, I'm going slow because you mentioned this, isn't it? And Irene mentioned issues to deal with the department. The department is according to the Climate Change Act of 2021, isn't it? The department they are referring to is the Climate Change Department. Okay? This is what it means in this book. The minister this book is referring to is the minister responsible for climate change, who is the minister responsible for water and environment. And I will tell you, no, here I don't mention the name, because anytime Moses can be a minister, isn't he? So take note that they are not referring to the state ministers. They are referring to the senior minister, who is responsible for environment, is the minister responsible for climate change. Okay? And I think that is also very important. And lastly, what Irene took us through is that when it comes to registering the validators and verifiers, which my sister here was asking about, isn't it? That is the role of the Commissioner Climate Change Department. I'm just summarizing what Irene was saying, because I want to pick it from there. Don't ask the minister to approve a verifier, isn't it? If you do that, it is wrong address. You only ask the Commissioner for Climate Change Department to approve a verifier following those requirements I didn't show you in the morning. Now, Madam Sabagans was asking, you, Mohammed, why don't you be one of the verifiers and validators? Why isn't Uganda, people in Uganda don't want to be, isn't it? Now, to be a verifier or a validator, it is not stopping anybody whatsoever to be that, provided you have a standard, isn't it? That approves you. It can be the UNFCCC, it can be gold standard, there is Sakabono, there is Vera, there are so many. So they assess you and they say you are qualified to be our what? Our verifier, isn't it? Now, when you are a verifier with a certain standard, isn't it? It can be everyone here in the room or anybody who is not here, isn't it? It can be from any country. When you are registered with those standards, what we want here in Uganda is that we give you a work permit, isn't it? It's like giving you a work permit. That's why when they revoke you with your standard, isn't it? Automatically the commissioner here will revoke, isn't it? We do a revocation. When your time frame expires from your own standard, isn't it? It also expires here. But if you provide misrepresentation of your information material, isn't it? Okay? Like a forgery, let me just use that example, isn't it? The commissioner here, can also
cancel out your what? Your certificate to operate, to be a validator here, isn't it? Now, when these validators come to Uganda, they will be running around with the certificate from what? From the commissioner. When they come to Uyukwe district, Moses, ask them for that certificate given them by a commissioner to enable them to do that work they want to do. It's as simple as that. Okay? So now we are saying, where is the role of local government? All those validators and verifiers that will come to validate the carbon projects by emission reduction, by the sustainable development criteria, isn't it? Depending on what is in the project document, you ask them about their operating license. That will be the certificate. Irene, isn't it what we are mentioning? Now, the last one is that measurement of emissions, and Irene did mention that. In the measurement of emissions, all lead agencies have to take lead in measuring emissions and taking stock of what you have. People who are in forestry, you must know what you have, isn't it? The carbon stock you have in forestry, isn't it? People who are in wetlands, they must know the carbon stock that the wetlands of Uganda can offer. Because if you don't know how wealthy you are, then I can come and cheat you because you don't know how wealthy you are. Isn't it? So this is what it is, encouraging that the lead agency have to make the inventory of the greenhouse gases, because that will be the alignment, and you see that the lead agency will have a role in approval of these carbon projects. Technical approvals, okay, of these carbon what? Projects. So that's what it means, and therefore it makes the aspect of the MRVs, the issues of data, to be perfected. And all what we have been discussing during the morning session, issues to do with the data. All right? Now, yes, Dr. Mboga. This, Robert, I think I highlighted them. It did not, yeah? This is what we call the Climate Change Act, okay? But this is now the copy of those that had a chance to, this is a copy, I call it the blueprint, the original one. But Madam Sabagans, the one which you have is the official one printed with those colors, yeah, of government of Uganda. So, but the content remained the same. Dr. Mboka told me to read for you to remind you from the law that the district department responsible for climate change, okay, under Part H, prepare and submit an annual report on the implementation of District Climate Change Action Plan, the District Environment and Natural Resources Committee for review, and do any other thing incidental to the performance of what? The functions in these sections. I have reminded them about annual report. That means that first and foremost is to prepare the district what? Climate change action plans. And on that, just prepare how far have you gone in their implementation, the preparation, and submit to the Environment Committee for review and further guidance. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to start from there. We have known the verifier and what they should do, isn't it? And who approves them is the commissioner, not the minister. Okay? We have known that we have to measure greenhouse gases. Now, what about the actual participation in the market mechanism in carbon trading? So this is what I'm going to be presenting. That anybody who wish to develop a climate change mechanism project, a carbon project, have to first ask for permission. That's what it means in simple terms, isn't it? So the developing of climate change mechanism, a project proponent may be an individual, a district or company, have to express interests to participate in climate change mechanisms before commencement, before implementing the climate change what? Project. Now, and submit their request to the minister. This should be very clear. Don't ask Commissioner Climate Change Department to approve you or to give you a request to participate. That is the role of the minister, okay? If you do so, that is misaddress. And then you complain, I have submitted my document, they are not responding to me. Okay? Whoever wants to participate in climate change mechanism, the request to participate is to the minister. But if you were validate and verifier, the request to approve you is the commissioner. If you give it to the minister, that is wrong. So this is what it means. And then, what do we need then to participate in the mechanism? When you open this book which you have, and you go to page named 315. 315, actually, the regulations themselves, they stop at 314, isn't it? Yeah? These others are forms and schedules, isn't it? Now, 315 is a form that the applicant who wants to participate in climate change mechanism use. Okay? The applicant will use that form to express your interest to participate in climate change mechanisms. And the information required is ably found in form number 1. You see form number 1. So the request should state the name, the contact details, the legal nature of the applicant, okay, that is important, the geographical location of the proposed mitigation program, indicating the coordinates where applicable, okay? Where is it going to be? And any other information, detail those what is required, you go to form number what? Form number 1. This is what the applicant needs. Next. So while doing that, there is form number 4 in schedule 2, which requires that while you're applying to participate, apart from this form which you fill, you have to produce what's called a project idea note, a brief, isn't it? What are you going to do? So when you look at form number 4 is giving you what the project idea note information which is required. It is detailed. This is open book. You can make reference, isn't it? Yeah? So the project idea note in form number 4 specifies which type of information is required in your project idea. Okay? So, but important of that, when you look at the targeted climate change mechanism, you are able also to choose is your project in the 6.2, is it in 6.4, name it. Now, when you move in detail and you look at B7 in this book, B7 also requires the project developer in your project idea note to pronounce yourself on the contribution to sustainable development, isn't it? What will be your project implication on sustainable development? And the part of the sustainable development is the social, environmental, and economic sustainability that your project is going to bring. This is at application level, okay? So, some of the requirements I've already mentioned. Consideration of the request to participate in climate change mechanism. What does the minister consider you to participate in the climate change mechanism? The minister shall consider a request to participate in climate change mechanism within 21 days. That if you submit now, isn't it? You count 1 working days, okay, to expect a request from the minister. Okay? Whether the minister grants you to participate or reject you. Okay? And to that, where the minister requests for additional information, in your application, the minister may request for additional what? Information if you have not provided for it. And if the minister requests for additional information, the project proponent is expected to respond to the minister in 7 working days. Is that okay? When you submit your request, expect feedback from the minister in 21 working days. Whether you have given no objection to continue or you are rejected, isn't it? Yeah? And when you are rejected, or if the minister needs additional information from what your application is, the minister will be expecting from you to respond within 7 working days. Now, the minister may, upon being satisfied, what? Satisfied, will give you a letter of no objection, isn't it? I have no objection, continue to develop your carbon project, isn't it? Permitting the project proponent to carry out feasibility study. Okay? Here, we need special attention. When the minister gives you a letter of no objection, it is not an approval for you to start trading. It is not an authorization for you to start what? Trading. A letter of no objection is simply telling you to go and start develop your project. And the development of your project, it is telling you, do a feasibility study. This is what Irene was mentioning. Do a feasibility study so that you see whether the business you want to do is actually feasible. Will you raise the carbon credits? Isn't it? Who are the key stakeholders? What technology will you use? Is it accessible? Isn't it? All of that information goes into the feasibility study. Then the letter of no objection is also telling you to prepare a PDD, the project design what? Document. The project design document is the technical document that specifies out how your carbon project is going to be and what it intends to do, which emissions are you going to be working on. It says for you what is the baseline before implementing your project, isn't it? How much of these emissions are you going to be reducing annually, and also gives what we call the crediting period of your project. So that is the detailed what we call the PDD. Now, after the PDD, you are also required to do stakeholders consultation, isn't it? And at stage number 2, you'll be as evidence of what? Stakeholders what? Consultation. And then you also told to go and do what we call the benefit sharing plan. How would the share of proceeds be done from the implementation of your project? Okay? And also get a recommendation letter from the lead agency. Those 4 key attachments are what the letter of no objection is telling you to go. So the conditionality for a letter of no objection is just telling you to go and prepare those documentation. And the number 5 is doing the Asia. Environment and social impact what? Assessment. Because at level number 2, you will be required to present all of them. Okay? Go and do the Asia. If you find that your project does not require an Asia, bring an exemption letter from NEMA. Okay? Are we together? This is what the letter of no objection is all about. Now, just back. Some people, when they are requesting to participate, they ask for the minister, request for no objection. You are predetermining what the minister is going to give you. Isn't it? Your request is to participate in climate change mechanism. Don't request for no objection. You are predetermining. Isn't it? It is very clear that you are requesting to participate in climate change mechanism. And once the minister is satisfied, he or she gives you a no objection. Are we together? Okay, now, other requirements, I've already mentioned for them. Okay, go on. So, but the minister may refuse to grant you a letter of no objection. And where the minister refuses to grant you a letter of no objection, he or she shall inform the applicant in writing stating the reasons as why you have been refused. It is not automatic that they will give, isn't it? In the event that the minister did not give you letter of no objection, isn't it? The minister will put it in writing why you are not given. And I think the reasons are very many there, isn't it? Misrepresentation and so many other things that the minister will put reasons why you are not what? Given. Now, how long does the letter of no objection last? The letter of no objection, which is issued under these regulations, is valid for 24 months, isn't it? Is valid for 24 months from the date of issuance. Now you ask, why all that long time, isn't it? Some people who come to seek for letter of no objection, remember their condition is in letter of no objection. Go do feasibility, go do the project design document, the PDD, make stakeholders consultation, isn't it? Do Asia if your project requires Asia, okay? Do the benefit sharing plan, okay? So all these things, they require resources in terms of money and time. That's why the letter of no objection is resting for the 24 what? Months. Now, that letter of no objection is also subject for cancellation. The minister may cancel letter of no objection where the project proponent submits false information under the resolution number 9 and or uses letter of no objection for the purposes that were not prescribed in it other than what was given for it, isn't it? If you misuse it, the minister may cancel that letter of no objection, isn't it? Pardon? Like getting a loan? No, that one does not permit. Because you're a project developer, you know where your resources, you're going to get them from. But there are other things that people may misuse this letter of no objection. How will the minister get this information? Through people like you and other sources, isn't it? So when there is the misuse of the letter of no objection, you are told not to implement, you are implementing. You are told to do this, you are not doing that, isn't it? And you are doing otherwise. Then the minister is at liberty to cancel the letter of no objection. Now, progress report. When you are given a letter of no objection, it's given to you for 24 what? Months, isn't it? When you are given a letter of no objection, you are told to do those things which I've mentioned. Number 1, feasibility study, isn't it? Number 2, project design document, recommendation letter from the lead agents, and name it, isn't it? Now, every after 6 months, you have to report on the progress of executing your letter of no objection to the minister. The minister to get to know that you are progressing. Okay? Every after 6 months, the project proponent, whether you are Minister of Energy, if you decided to do it by yourself, whether you are Minister of Agriculture, whether you are an individual, isn't it? You are to report on the progress of executing your letter of no what? Objection to the minister. Failure to do so, it has penalties, by the way. Does it have penalties? That if you fail to report to the minister, okay, if you fail to report to the minister, it has penalties. Are you seeing it? Progress report. Where is progress report? Progress report. So, regulation number 2A, in case of an individual, okay, a project proponent who fails to comply with the sub-regulations commits an offense and liable for conviction. Are you seeing it? Isn't it? That is 15. You look what regulation number 2. Okay? Now, in case of an individual to define not exceeding 500 currency points, or a term of imprisonment. So it is not a joke. I said you are not editing anything. It is already a law. Or both. Okay? This is from you, from your consultations. But I just want us to take note that it has implication. If you are given that letter of no objection, isn't it? You are committing yourself also to those procedures and reporting Tell the minister I have not progressed because of ABCD. Tell the minister I'm still at feasibility. No problem. That is all what? Reporting. But you have to report every after what? 6 months. Next. Now, application for approval. So, a project proponent shall, during the period of the validity of letter of no objection, apply for approval. What it means, isn't it? Because phase number 2 is for you to approve. Subject, it means that subject for you to present all those requirements given to you under letter of no objection, is it? You have done your feasibility, the project design document, you have a recommendation letter from the lead agency, isn't it? Okay? You have stakeholders, what? Benefit sharing plan. You have stakeholders consultation report. You can apply for approval, okay? And the approval, once it is given to you, it is telling you, now implement your project, okay? Now, if you are requesting for approval, you should request approval within the time frame and the validity of the letter of no objection. The letter of no objection is for 24 months, isn't it? So if you want to request for approval, don't wait the letter of no objection to expire, then you request for approval. That is wrong. Within the 24 months, please ask for an approval, okay? That I'm done, I'm ready to go to phase number 2, okay? So this is what it means here. So the requirements for approval is that you bring, first and foremost, the approval, you use Form 7, okay? For approval, to apply for approval, use Form 7. Then you provide the project design document, it is a must. Then you bring the feasibility study or a business plan. You bring a letter of recommendation from the lead what? Agency, and then the benefit sharing arrangement plan. Let me spend some few minutes here. And here I need everybody's attention. An approval is stage number 2. There are people who are requesting the minister for approval of their climate change what? Now, there are these projects which have been ongoing. Isn't it? Carbon projects have been ongoing. Now, for them, what they do, or what they want to do, is that we want to start asking the minister for approval. You have to start from 0. So, if you have all this documentation already, the letter of no objection is given to you, and you have all this documentation already done. Even when you receive a letter of no objection today, and you bring all those documentations tomorrow, it is still right. But you have to start from that part, because those documents have to be assessed at the level number 2 where you're requesting for what? For approval. Because approval, once it's given to you, is telling you to go and implement your project. While a no objection is telling you to go and prepare. No objection, go and prepare your project. And you bring these ones. Letter of approval is now implement your project. Now, in between the two, there are assessments which government have to do and the consultations. Isn't it? You said that it is going to be 20-80 in terms of sharing of proceeds with the communities. Then government have to move down and check. Is it true? Or you found the LC chairman, LC 5, and decided for the entire community that should be like that. Is that okay? Then you say, people are agreeing that I work on their land. Then you bring the agreement which shows that. Okay? So that's why you say that you have to go back to that level to assess. We don't stop you. That's why we are given 24 months. But even when you spend 1 week or months and you bring all this documentation, you can ask for approval. Okay? Now, the letter of recommendation is very important. If I'm implementing an energy project like cook stoves, isn't it? I have to get a letter of recommendation from the Ministry of Energy. Now, when the Ministry of Energy, all the agents, you people, including local government, when you give a letter of recommendation to a one project, is it? You cannot give a letter of recommendation to another project of the same purpose, of the same location, from the same people. You get it? That one we shall reject. An example, let me give you an example. You have Forest X, isn't it? Yeah? That there is a developer who wants to do a carbon project in the Forest X, isn't it? With the surrounding communities. And you assess and say, this is okay. As a district, we approve, isn't it? Then in Nancha also comes for the same project, for the same community, you get it? And then you give also Nancha, isn't it? That one we shall reject because you have already sent us somebody for the same project. That's why we need the letter of recommendation. And why letter of recommendation is to facilitate that whatever design of this carbon project, the methodologies, how it is affecting the operations of that entity, it means that you have approved. If you give a letter of recommendation, it means that at a technical level, you have what? You have approved. So be mindful. So you should get involved in the feasibility study. You know what you are approving, isn't it? Get to know what you are approving. How is the technology going to affect you, isn't it? And the Ugandans that you are representing, and this, and this, and this. Because a letter of recommendation is one, but what are you recommending? You are recommending what is in the feasibility study and the detailed project design document. This is what you are recommending. Okay? It means that you have to first understand what is this project all about. What are they going to do? Isn't it? Are we comfortable with it? So for us, if you don't get a letter of recommendation from lead agency, we don't approve any climate change mechanism project. That is how important it is. But in an event that the project proponent, isn't it, is also the lead agency, isn't it? Then that is at the discretion of the minister to see how to treat it. Because the Ministry of Energy may decide to develop an energy carbon project, isn't it? So you cannot recommend yourself. You get it? So the minister then look into it and may send it also to the NAC to look into it before he gives an approval, okay? But in the event of these others, then the lead agents have to get involved in providing a letter of recommendation. Please, a letter of recommendation is just a paper, but it means a lot. That means that we're approving everything. You are comfortable with everything. Is that okay? Then, the benefit sharing plan is something which is instrumental. Here, what we are saying, it should be demonstrate equity and fairness. Okay? In the law of Uganda, we did not decide on the percentage that community get this, government get this, development, the project developer get this. This one, we leave it the project proponent to discuss with all the interested parties. Because these projects are not the same. The first project is not the same as the waste project. And it's not the same as the energy one, neither transport and all that kind, isn't it? So the project proponent is to map out the interested parties and agree on the benefit sharing. So what we want to see is that is there evidence that this benefit sharing in terms of proportions is what the stakeholders have agreed to. Okay? Because some of them will be monetary, others may be in other social corporate responsibilities. Okay? So this is what we look out for to that. Next, now, once you present all this documentation and assessed in details, the minister may decide to give you a letter of approval. Go and implement now your project. Am I very fast or? So the minister gives letter of approval. Remember, approval is not also an authority for you to trade. You are not yet trading. Okay? And no objection, go and develop your project. An approval, go and implement, isn't it? So don't start to trade. Okay? Now, the validity of the letter of approval is commensurate to the crediting period of your project that you have specified in the technical design document. Is that okay? If my crediting period for my project is 30 years, it means that the letter of no objection is 30 years. I mean, the letter of approval is what? is 30 years. If your project crediting period is 15 years, it means that the letter of approval given to you is also 15 what? 15 years. Okay? That's why we are encouraging you, before you give this letter of recommendation, know all these details because you are recommending for all of that. Okay? People who are lead agents, that's what it means. So this is commensurate to what a project proponent has provided in the project design document. Okay? Then transfer of approval. The transfer of approval is not allowed. If you are given a letter of approval to implement your project, okay, it is non-transferable. I have been dealing with the Patrick Limited, okay, to assess the Patrick in terms of the legal, Patrick in terms of the feasibility, the PDD, and then Patrick is asked for the letter of no, a letter of approval, isn't it? Yeah? Then we have given Patrick a letter of approval and limited to go and implement. That letter given to you, you cannot sell it to another company. It is not transferable. If that person wants to do that, tell that person to go and do the process. Let nobody deceive you that we are sending to you our letter of no objection and letter of approval. We are avoiding the blockers in the carbon business. There are so many blockers. Okay? So we want to know we are dealing with you. So if you have a letter of approval, it is not transferable. That one is really very, very important. Okay? That I have done all these processes, now I can sell it to this one. Me, I get out of it. That is wrong. Okay? We will not accept that. Next. Next. It's not moving, yeah? Next. Who is moving the slides? Maybe it is the black tile. It has moved, yeah? Now, the commencement of the climate change mechanisms. Now, a project proponent shall within 12 months after receiving the letter of approval, because the letter of approval is to tell you to implement your project, isn't it? Now, within 12 months, a climate change mechanism will commence its implementation activities. So the minister, if given a letter of approval, you are expected within 12 months to start implementing what? Your project. Some people get it and put it here. Now I have it. I have carved out that section. Isn't it here? Of the district. Nobody can come there. Then I can relax for other 40 years without allowing anybody to do any business there, isn't it? So now, within 12 months, if you are given a letter of approval to implement the project, the minister expects you to commence this project, to implement. Now, the validity of approval, I've already mentioned this. It was back. Now, the project proponent shall within 6 months of commencement of the project activity notify the minister in writing that minister, I have started the implementation. That's about notification. Okay? I have started the implementation of my project. And where the project proponent has not commenced the project, the implementation of the project activities within the 12 months, the minister may automatically cancel it out. So it is not getting the letter and you say, me, I have this part, isn't it? For all those years of the project crediting period, isn't it? That's why these regulations are saying that within 12 months of the issuance of letter of approval, please commence the project. And when you commence the project, notify the minister, isn't it? That I have started the implementation of the project. If you don't do so, and 12 months expire, it is automatic cancellation. And then people who are interested in working in those areas, apply and work in those areas. Next. Next. It is not moving. Now, another progress report. a project proponent shall submit a progress report to the commissioner. Please note the sections where the commissioner needed. The progress report of implementation of your letter of approval or your project, isn't it? You have to give a progress report to the commissioner responsible for climate change. But now bullet number 2, the monitoring report of emission reduction is a requirement from the project proponent during the duration of the climate change mechanisms. Prepare a monitoring report once every year on the climate change emission reductions in relation to the baseline emissions in accordance with the project design document. Let me clarify the two, isn't it? The progress report, you give it to the commissioner, isn't it? And that one has no fines. That one you give to the commissioner. This is how I'm progressing with my project, isn't it? But now, the monitoring report in terms of emission reduction, it is mandatory that you have to give the minister after 1 year how you are reducing the emissions, isn't it? Because in your PDD, you have described the baseline, how it is, isn't it? And you said that every year, I will be able to reduce this much. Every year, I'll reduce this much. Every year, I'll reduce this much, isn't it? It is that much that you have to communicate to the minister every year. So it is commensurate to the baseline, isn't it? That there are these tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in the project area I'm going to be doing, isn't it? But with the implementation of my project, the carbon project and my technology, we'll be able to reduce these X tons of carbon dioxide, isn't it? Yeah? But up to the end of the project. But every year, when we implement, we'll be able to reduce this much. Are you getting it? So that is what called the monitoring report. And this has to be given to the minister now. And that one is mandatory and has penalties. If you don't do so, as an individual, 500 currency points or imprisonment, not exceeding 2 years or both. Okay? Okay? And for institutions, there are also penalties in there. Okay? Now, the cessation of the climate change mechanism, a project proponent who wishes to cease the carrying out of climate change mechanism shall notify the minister within 30 working days before the intended date of cessation of what? The climate change mechanism. There are those that will think that it is really becoming a burden for them, isn't it? They can no longer move. Isn't it, yeah? Please inform the minister within those specified days before you cross. Okay? Next. Those who are just coming in, I'm going to ask questions after. Next. Now, the cancellation of the climate change mechanism, the minister may cancel an approval of climate change mechanism. Remember, an approval is to implement, isn't it? If there are these things, as you see them, and they are detailed in that book, failure to commence the project within, I've already mentioned that. It means that for you, you just wanted to occupy the space and you, like brokers. Number 2, non-compliance with the conditionalities. Because some approval will have some bit of conditionalities. It is depending on the nature of the project, isn't it? So failure to comply with the conditionalities, obtaining the approval with misrepresentation or fraud, okay? The minister may give you true now, but on investigation, you did some manyanga somewhere, isn't it? The minister may cancel. And where it is necessary to protect human health, this is important. To protect human health or to prevent harm, to further harm, maybe just, this is a repetition, the environment, cultural resources, affected communities to a situation that was not foreseen, isn't it? Remember, we said that these carbon projects have to undertake detailed area, isn't it? And if your project is not supposed, you have to get an exemption from name both of them, certificate, isn't it? But where the minister finds that the implementation of your projects actually have issues to affect human health and those others, isn't it? The minister may also do some bit of cancellation. Now, continuing the implementation of the project activity is overridden by other public interest. What does that one mean? That the minister, you've gone through authentic documentation and approvals, isn't it? But in the area where you're implementing your projects, for example, those who are land-based projects like forest, isn't it? That the government of Uganda is passing a load. I'm just giving an example. Infrastructure, putting a school. There are those what called the public interest. Now, government will sit with that investor and have a discussion, either compensation. They can resolve it amicably with the investor. Is that okay? So it will depend now on the investor and the government in that bit of negotiation. So that is also considered where information is brought to the attention of the minister, which could have precedented the approval, and had it been made available prior to the issuance, the minister would not have given you, isn't it? Again, it can lead into the cancellation. Next. This is a presentation, but remember you have the details, yeah? You have the details, yeah? Next. The validity of climate change mechanism, validation of climate change mechanisms. A project proponent, remember that Irene, where are you? Irene is there. She's the carbon expert. Me, I'm just talking. Yeah? Now, the validation of the climate change mechanism, remember that it is the responsibility of the project proponent to pay for all the verification fees and validation fees. Okay? It is the responsibility of the project proponents to meet all the costs.
Those of you who are involved in environment and social impact assessment, you've observed that sometimes there are delays because NEMA cannot ascertain what you are claiming in your draft. So the framers of these regulations avoided that. So you have to pay for the cost of all the processes. And my question is, how do the regulations address, is the cost, is the fees already defined for the verification within the regulations, depending on the scale of the project, or it is open to interpretation?
Open for interpretation, because this is private business. As a carbon developer, remember that these verifiers are already registered. Okay? And they are given a certificate here by commissioner to operate. And once they have issues up there, it is affecting their operations here at a national level. Now, the fees at which a validator will cost a project proponent, it is your business. That's why it's being made by a project what? A project proponent. But what is very important is bullet number 2, that the project proponent shall submit to the minister the validation report. Now, this is where government comes in to see is what the validator did. Is it commensurate in the project design document? And then you follow up with interested parties. You get it? Now, this is government resources. This is government resources because they have done the work. Now, this is quite assurance and what? You get it? So, you go to the district and say, was this well done? Is it true that this has happened? Isn't it? So, it is now government to try to check with the interested parties whether this validator is done the rightful work as already specified in the design document. Remember the PDD, you are setting yourself a checklist. Okay? It is a detailed technical design document following the standard that you would want to sell your carbon credits when they are generated, isn't it? So you are already setting yourself the checklist. So if the validators do their work at the cost of the project proponent, is okay, and they bring here, we have already a blueprint, your PDD. We have to do all the dots. Okay? That's why they submit to the minister. Next. Next. Verification of emission reduction. A project proponent shall submit to a registered verifier the monitoring report referred to in Resolution 24 for verification. Upon receipt of this verification report from the registered verifier, the proponent also submit a copy of the monitoring report and the verification report to the minister. And this is what now the climate change department and the lead agents uses to go and verify. Okay? So this is how it will be happening. Next. But making reference to what is in the PDD, okay? Issuance of emission reduction units. A registered verifier shall, on behalf of the project proponent, isn't it? On behalf of the project proponent, apply to the standard referred to in the PDD for issuance of the certified emission reduction. That's why the PDD is very crucial. Don't just change things now. We want you to say, I'm taking my things to Vera, I'm taking my things to Art Trees, Casabona, this and this and this, isn't it? So that's why now the registered verifier is working on behalf of the project proponent, following the standard that they have prescribed in their what? To do this issuance of the certified emission reduction units. The standard to which the verification report is submitted shall issue the standard now. The standard issues the project proponent a certificate of certified emission reduction, and this certificate, once it is issued by the standard, okay? Now the registration of the certified emission reduction, the project proponent shall, upon receipt of that certificate, okay, launch the certificate to certified emission reduction with the ministry for purposes of entry in the register to do the balance sheets. Okay? That these have already been certified. Now we have our national registry or register, isn't it? Then we are able to map out that out of the XX numbers of the emission reduction units that you have put into your PDD, 5 of them have been issued already, and we update our register as a country. All right? Next. Ownership. I think I've spoken a lot. Let me summarize mine. Then I'll call Irene to take you through the other part, isn't it? Now, let me summarize by saying that important of these regulations, it gives power to the minister and the commissioner. Isn't it? Know when you are interacting with the commissioner, know when you're interacting with the minister. Okay? Just know that that is very important. That is very important. Number 2 is just question. The lead agencies include local governments. When you are issuing a recommendation letter, it is not that letter that you are issuing. It is that detail that specifies what's going to be done. Okay? And it makes you that you have to get involved. Before you tell us to issue a recommendation letter, tell us the feasibility study, isn't it? What do you have in the PDD? What is the emissions? You get it here? In terms of emission, in terms of baseline. How much are you going to be reducing at the end of your project? Which technology are you going to be using? What is the benefit sharing mechanism? So don't just put a pen because it is a letter and you recommend. You know that recommendation is beyond that paper that you are giving. Okay? And it is given once for the same project, for the same location, for the same beneficiaries. But there are some instances where you can give different rate of no objection in the same place for the same beneficiaries. For example, the one which are dealing with cook stoves, isn't it? It is at the liberty of people to choose which cook stove they can use, isn't it? I can be your customer, her customer, his customer, but we are all vying for what? For carbon trading. Now, for them, it is the verifier that will do additional work. Exactly when is this one using this person's stove, isn't it? So that will be work of what? Verifiers. So when you have a letter of no objection, it is not an authority, it's not an approval, and it's not an authority for you to start the trading. Okay? When you are given a letter of approval, again, it's not an authority to trade. That's why we have all these things. And I think here, I'll give Irene to take you through this, but also she'll speak about the authorization now to transfer. I think it's a part which I've not covered in this presentation. Thank you. Can we first give a round of applause, please? I've told you when you are reading the climate change regulations, if you want to enjoy them, also get the Marriage Act. If I may ask a simple question, what is the marriage age in Uganda? According to what? According to our laws. At what age should you get married? I have my mutwalo here. At what age should you be married in Uganda? Yes, Rebecca. Another one? If you are marriage age in Uganda. Okay, as we are thinking of the marriage age, you search your chat, GPT, blah, blah. We are going to have an exercise. I know the energy was really decelerating, but we need to be energized as we go into one of the core contexts. Who owns carbon? The question SC were asked, do you own carbon? Do you own carbon credits? Or do you own certified carbon credits? So someone was asking me that question behind. That you, man, what should we own? Carbon credits? Certified emission reduction units? We don't know what to own. Then I said, relax. Today we have what? Familiarizing. So as we are familiarizing, I want to give an opportunity to my colleague, Emmanuel. Emmanuel is a climate change officer to give us a booster to rejuvenate our energy level.
Thank you so much. Irene, Yatu, and Jamal, just come this side, including Cesar. I'm not going to do it alone. Just a kind request. Who else should I call? Fine, you can join us for gender balance. May we all raise up? I know we are very exhausted. This is just going to take a few minutes. You have no idea what we are going to do. Okay. I may not use the mic. You can still hear. Yes. Okay, as something is coming up, let's get enough space. Yes, we are the instructors, yes. If you are let's try.
Hey, my man. Hey, my man. Well, you know, so scared, mama. Hey, oh.
So you can see the capacity in climate change department. Yes, as Irene is going to take us through the next phase of the regulations, we want to remind you that please feel free to comment, question on each part of the regulation as you see it as we are moving, because like you are told, this is the first familiarization. You are familiarizing yourselves. So feel free. We are in this together and we are open to all comments and questions. Our online colleagues, one wanted to ask, but I could not stop the presenter because it was already in the middle of the presentation. But we want to give 10 minutes, a short interlude of questions and comments before we open up. I see a hand from Prof. Any other? We want to consolidate them and agree on our take for tomorrow, because we know a number of you have also to go and do some other things later. So 2, where is the female? Where is the female sex? They have understood. I will put a placeholder. I had my question to the ladies. At what age is marriage in Uganda? Anyone who has gotten the answer? Where are you getting 18 from? And it's good. You see, those are the responses we have. Because a project proponent will come and tell you he's experienced in CDM. He knows what Article 6 wants. But remember, Article 6 is Article 6, and Uganda law is Uganda law. So the regulation is Uganda law. And in that case, our marriage act only qualifies those above 21 years. Your marriage act, you are the one who signed it, like the US. When you are 21 years, that is when a church should issue a marriage certificate for you. And that is when you can also go to the registrar to register marriage. So some of you are married below 21. You are candidate to compliance provision. Yes, you must be 21. So please, that shows you why we need to conform and enforce our regulations and our laws. Many of us are used to the age 18. 18 is where we talk of the youth. but not qualifying you to get married. That said, I want to start with Prof. Prof had raised his hand. So Prof, you have the floor. Then from Prof, we'll have Xavier. And I saw a hand, don't remember the name. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mehdi, and of course, Irene, working behind the scenes. I'm putting myself on the side of those that have been participating in these mechanisms. But also, I'm sure many of us here are very much interested in the spirit behind these regulations. As you've aptly explained the process and all the documentation that is required until the time you reach where you can trade, would you share, because some people, probably even myself, did not participate in all the engagements to fully understand and appreciate the spirit behind this process being relatively bureaucratic? Because we're going to be the ambassadors of promoting these regulations. For instance, why would we avoid a scenario where a proponent should not be a lead agency? It looks obvious, but I see when Uganda Wildlife Authority is constructing roads within the national park, the lead agency is expected to be the district local government where that road, where that area where the road is being constructed is located during the EIA process or the ASIA process. And the people who work in local government, you know how UA is relatively at a higher level than the DLGs in terms of nearly every aspect. And that's the challenge you are going to encounter in the event that you have a lead agency that is perceived to be at a lower level in terms of status within the government. How do we handle that? Then finally, the other question I have is in relation to those that already have the projects. Because we know laws are not made, what's the English word? Because they are now expected to go through the approval process. In retrospect, I was looking for the word. Laws are usually not made in retrospect. So how do we navigate a scenario where we already have ongoing projects and the basic principle of legislation is that you do not make a law in retrospect. We should just move forward. But we have projects that have been running that have to comply with the new regulations. Are there some mechanisms where we shall not be perceived as making these people go backwards, without really interfering with what we have in this piece of legislation? Thank you.
For some of you who want to know who taught me policy and law, the man who has spoken is the one who taught me policy and law in Makerere. So over to you, Xavier.
Thank you, moderator, and Mehdi, thank you so much. Mine again is building on the one I requested Irene to help me, and she did. Then building on it, he mentioned that the ongoing projects will also request to participate, but because they already have a lot designed, they can come back the next day to fulfill what is requested. Now, the project I was mentioning, the one of NFA which is requesting to transition, is it regarded now as a candidate for a very new project, or when it is requesting for transitioning, does it also apply to participate simultaneously? Thank you.
Thank you. We are in areas of now enforcement. You see how we are moving. First, we are in understanding. Now we are going in enforcing. Yes, any other question? Online people? Okay, online are quiet. I saw a hand somewhere. Has that hand gone away?
Yeah, we are looking for hands which are not there.
Was the question raised? Okay.
Please, Adrian, can we give a mic to Adrian?
Thank you very much. Mine is I raised it as part of the questions during the launch, but maybe for the sake of colleagues that are here, since we didn't get a chance to get answers then. Mine was on the issue of clarity for projects that would like to transfer from one standard to another. What do they do? If a project would like to transfer or change from one, not transfer, change from one standard to another, what kind of process do they have to go through? Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. I would have said that I wish not to respond to these questions, but they are very important. But let me respond to one, because the two, actually the three is what Irene is going to be presenting on. For example, the issues of transition of climate change projects, those that have been operating, isn't it? Do they do what? That is Resolution 45. We shall be talking about that. The issue to do about changes, that is Resolution 42. This is what Irene is going to be speaking on. And then maybe I can only talk about the lead agencies. What about those lower lead agencies? We have not started receiving, or we have not received any recommendation letter from any of the project proponents. But what we are trying to say here, the aspect of transparency and the aspect of benefit sharing, equity and fairness, it is what is full of the carbon trading architecture. So if the lead agency in that particular is a local government, there is no way your project will be approved without you presenting that letter as part of your documentation to facilitate approval. So there is no way that will not allowed. But there are also instances where a project proponent will be allowed to have two or more than one recommendation letter. It depends on the nature of the project. If you are doing transboundary, for example, okay? If you are going to do a project on forestry, we know the agency on forestry, as of now, is NFA, still NFA, isn't it? Because the president has not ascended to that law to bring them officially back, but it's still NFA. But NFA operates in Central Forest Reserves, which are in the jurisdiction of various districts. You get it? So the first letter will be from NFA, if they have allowed that. Then we look what other recommendation letters from the boundaries where that Central Forest Reserve is running, for example. So there are those instances where we'll be required to produce more than what? One. That's why in these regulations, in case the minister needs additional information, we'll request for it and expect to get it in what? 7 days. And we hope not to go there of undermining certain what? Agencies, because they will affect first and foremost the quality of the carbon you are generating. The quality of the carbon you are generating, not about the quantity, I'm talking about the quality, is dependent on all these processes. That's why all these verifiers will come independently and they check. If they get a bad report from the district, it is affecting where they're going to sell.
Much as you had said, you don't want to respond to all the questions. I thought maybe that point you've just mentioned of the quality which Robert and his team like to call high integrity credits. I think all this process is to ensure that we have relatively high integrity credits, and maybe you could spend some time on that, because I see many of us still have those questions. Why all this bureaucracy? You could share something on that.
The integrity of the credits starts from the PDD. Because in the PDD, you set yourself to be the blueprint for assessment. in the PDD, you do your project name. You specify the activity that we're going to be doing or the technologies for reducing or for enhancing carbon. You specify the baseline that without my project, emissions are like this and this. When I implement my project, it will reduce this much, isn't it? And I'll be able to implement this technology to reduce this progressively, but annually I can do ABCD. So it is very clear of what we're going to do. And for me to arrive at that, I'm using the proper methodologies that the standard respond to, okay? Because there are several methodologies that we're going to use, but those methodologies also have to speak to the standard, isn't it? So it is very clear of how we are going to do the accounting of what? This greenhouse gases reduction that we're going to be doing. And then the aspect of the benefit sharing plan, isn't it? It is spelling out, looking at all integrity. It is spelling out what is the involvement of other stakeholders in your carbon project. What are those additional benefits that the carbon project is going to bring economically, environmentally, socially, and so many other things. And therefore, you also go ahead to do the Asia if it's necessary for your project, isn't it? And you agree on the proportions of allocating the share of proceeds in the fair way, which recognizes all gender disparities that are existing in those areas, isn't it? That's the transparency we're talking about, which can affect. Now, the integrity of the carbon, any impact on non-performance of those standards that you have set yourself, it is affecting the integrity of the project. Okay? You said 50% of the women are the ones that are going to be working in my carbon project. As an example, they are the suppliers of this, they are doing this and this. If you don't meet that, it's not only affecting the numbers of the quantities of the carbon, it's affecting the entire process. Okay? You've said that we have open policy for communicating and the grievance mechanism. You are not following it, it is affecting the integrity. They are doing that because most people are thinking about the numbers which have to be reduced, but this additional benefit, that's bringing the quality. When people are satisfied with what we are doing, is it? They are getting the impact and the output of what you promised to do, that we are doing it rightly. You said the 5 schools, and each school has 17 classes, you are doing 3 classes, you get it. All these things, you said the water, isn't it? And water will be of high quality. Yes, you have provided the water, but with low quality. All these things that will be affecting the integrity of the carbon that we are generating. That's why I've been putting a question that before you issue, because for us, if the agency gives a lot of recommendation, they are comfortable with what that fellow is going to be doing. You get it? And then meaning that you are understanding what in the plan, isn't it? The feasibility, the project design document, you get a recommendation from NEMA, from Asia, with all those conditionalities. I mean, all those things that you see is what you have to fulfill to make your carbon credits a little bit improve its quality. The rest, I said that Irene is going to be speaking on those ones, because this is where we're going. Ownership of carbon, when do we transfer? When do we do the change? What about the ongoing projects? Is the prominent lady is going to be talking about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. And on that note, for those of you who are asking questions which Irene is going to respond, let's go through that. Over to you, Irene.
I had thought I would get comfort here, but it's difficult since I'm not a teacher like my teachers. But let me stand here so I can be able to read through the presentation. think I just wanted to add first on what Mehdi responded to in terms of what Dr. Patrick was asking. I think it's important that we understand that at the heart of our climate change regulations, climate change mechanisms regulations, it's the principle of environmental integrity, but also of transparency, accounting and transparency. So when my commissioner always like to emphasize that this process, these markets are going to be very, very transparent. So the process will be very transparent. So at the heart of the regulations lie those principles. So I'll speak to the ownership of emission reduction units. And I think this is very interesting, and it is what many people would want to hear and understand. But I'm also happy that there's a brain in this room that helped us a bit to come up with this, because we were a bit stuck. Because we did not want to break down our regulations to small pieces, we decided we decided to put it the way you see it. We did not want to say the owner of the source of the emissions gets this. The one who owns technology gets this. So is why we blocked them the way, the regulations, the way you see them. So in terms of the ownership of carbon credits, the regulations say a person who owns the source of emission reduction units, you underline that, or emissions reduction mitigation equipment, or technology. Oh, I think there's some bit of an error there. So if you see in your book, this one, the regulations, this one, page 039. I think this was done before, there's an error. So it says ownership, in terms of ownership of emission reduction units, says a person who, one, or A, owns the source of emission reduction units. Two, who owns emission reduction mitigation technology shall be deemed to be the owner of the emission reduction units. So there are two owners there. If you own the source of carbon, the source of emissions, or you own the technology, the mitigation technology, both of you shall be owners. Let's use an example. Maybe let me first finish this. Then it says, where the person owns the source of emission reduction units, but does not own the emission reduction mitigation technology, the ownership of the emission reduction units shall be stipulated in the benefit sharing plan. Let's use an example of, because these days we have a lot of agroforestry projects that are going on. I own my land, and then someone wants to support or implement a carbon project on your land by planting some trees. So in this case, you who owns the land, that is the source of emissions, right? That is the source. So it speaks to land-based activities, but also speaks to technology-based activities. So if you own the land and someone plants trees to generate carbon credits from that land, you are the source, you're the owner of the source of the emission reduction units. But remember that this person who is coming in is going to put in some money in terms of technology or in terms of, to be able to implement that activity. So you become two owners in the project. Maybe let me simplify it. So it's land-based. When you see the first one, it speaks to land-based activities. If you own land, someone wants to plant trees, you're two. You're the source, and then there's this one coming to implement the activity. Then in terms of the technology-based, or if you own the technology, someone comes in and wants to generate maybe, for example, carbon credits through implementing, you know, GTS, right? The waste, the landfill. So the landfill is owned by who? And someone wants to come and generate carbon credits through maybe generating energy through the waste, right? You capture the methane and then you generate energy out of that. So that is technology. Someone has brought in an equipment in form of technology to implement that project. And so we will have generation of electricity, for example, out of that Chitesi landfill. So who owns Chitesi? I think in this case, government will come in, and then we have the owner of the technology that is coming in to convert the waste into energy. So you will see that there are two owners there. Now, what the law says is that if there are two or more owners, you will have to stipulate the sharing of benefits through a benefit sharing plan. Right? Are we together? Yeah, as I told you, I'm not a teacher, but I can just speak through what is here. So I hope we are together. So benefit sharing plan is very, very important. This is where you will be able to say, I own this, and the other person says, I own the technology. And then you agree on how to distribute those benefits amongst themselves. So that is very important. Okay, so we have lesson number what? We have a part on transfer of verified carbon credits. At the beginning, I took you through the requirements. And one of them was the country to do authorization and do what is called corresponding adjustment. Now, the transfer of verified carbon credits. The regulations say a written notification to the minister responsible for climate change shall be done within 30 working days, and it should indicate whether the transfer is domestic meaning within the country, or it is outside the country, international. You should also have a proof of registration of certified emission reductions. It means that you can only transfer what you have already generated and verified and issued by the standard that you're working with. Then C is particulars of the person or a country to whom the transfer is being made. So all those details are required. The intended use of verified emission reduction units by the transferee. In the morning, I indicated that these carbon credits are used for different purposes. It can be used to meet the country's NDC, or it can be used for the aviation companies. So you're expected to indicate the use of the intended certified emission reductions to be transferred. Then the amount of verified emission reduction units being transferred. The evidence of payment of the prescribed fee. In the morning, we said that if we do authorization, the country will tag a fee to the ITMOS, the internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, the 10%. So what is expected to provide that evidence of payment of that 10% before the transfers are effected? Why are we talking about transfers? We know that some projects will generate carbon credits that they would wish to transfer to other countries, depending on the arrangement you have with the maybe your funder or whoever you're working with. But of course, not all credits will be transferred. There are also those that would just want to sell them within the country or sell to anyone else, can be a company or anyone that just wants those carbon credits without using them for purposes of NDC or other mitigation purposes. So if it is domestic transfer of verified carbon credits, that's like maybe, let's say, Kakira is transferring carbon credits to which other? Maybe Coca-Cola. Those kinds of transfers are domestic. So if it is domestic transfer of verified carbon credits, a project proponent is expected to submit a report to the minister within 14 days. And that is quite easy when it is domestic transfers. It becomes a bit complicated when it is international transfers because there are obligations that come along with international transfers. So in terms of authorization of international transfer of verified carbon credits, a request for authorization from the minister. So you can see the domestic one, you don't really need authorization, just an information. So international, you need a request for authorization from the Minister for International Transfers and emission reduction units that are transferred internationally for the purposes of meeting the NDCs and or including other international mitigation purposes like COSIA shall attract corresponding adjustment fee. I think I already spoke to that. Next slide. So there is validity of authorization. When a project proponent has been granted authorization by the government to transfer the carbon credits internationally, this authorization also has a validity period or details. So it says the authorization granted under Regulation 34 shall be valid for only the transfer it was sought for. So if the purpose of the authorization letter that was granted to a project proponent was to transfer specific tonnage of carbon credits to another country for a specific purpose, that cannot be changed. It remains the way you are granted the letter of authorization. But it can also be cancelled, unfortunately, but under circumstances which may not really scare our project proponents, as we have been hearing many of them complaining. When they hear about cancellation, they say our regulations are speaking a lot to issues of cancellation and they are not impressed. But the beauty about this is that, again, we're looking at environmental integrity and transparency, but also the conditions are this simple, that your authorization can be cancelled if the holder of authorization contravenes any provisions under the Act. When the holder of authorization fails to comply with conditions which are stipulated under the authorization, that is also cancelled. And when the minister considers it to be in the interest of the environment or in public interest, to cancel the authorization. Now, maybe this has scared a number of our project proponents, this very second last one, because they think maybe government can wake up one day and say, look, it is to the government interest. And so because it's government interest, we can cancel it anytime. But there's so many things that this, if you try to unpack it, one can see that when it is, for example, in the interest of the environment or in public interest. Imagine a project that has been implemented. The lady behind there was from where? Which district is that? Okay, let's say maybe in Lira. And the project is bringing in a lot of environmental concerns. Maybe air pollution, maybe they're employing child labor, for example, and many other environmental and social concerns. And that, if the project proponent does not adhere to maybe say the advice that is granted to him or her over time, such an authorization, of course, of that project can be cancelled. And that is to the interest of the environment, but also in public interest. And that's very important for us as a country. And while you are women in the morning, in the afternoon, someone asked questions where was saying that how Ugandans protected from being exploited during carbon projects. I think those are some of the things that we need to remember as well, that the regulations have really catered for. Then the other thing is the submission of false information or misrepresentation is one of the conditions under which authorization can also be cancelled. Finally, we have the schedules, and the schedules, we have a number of forms. Okay. Go back to the slide above. Sorry?
Kindly make corrections on regulation 34. It's supposed to be 35. You look at
Go back a bit up.
that is 38. Page 312. Supposed to be 35.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we will revise this presentation. We had prepared it before the very final printing. So we will revise this presentation. Thank you very much for the guidance. Okay. All right. So let's go to the schedules. That in our regulations, we have also schedules. And in the schedules, we have different kind of forms as well, forms and fees. So in Schedule 1, we have the currency point. And this comes in during compliance. When you fail to comply and maybe, so you're supposed to pay some fines or something. Then currency point is equivalent to 20,000 shillings. Just trying to highlight or educate us on what that really means. And in Schedule 2, we have forms. We have Form 1, which is for application for registration of verifier that we initially presented in the morning. And then Form 2 is certificate of registration of the verifier. Form 3 is a request to participate in climate change mechanism. So that is what Mehdi presented, that if you need to participate in climate change mechanisms and you need to make those requests, we have forms for letter of no objection, for letter of approval, and all that. And then we have Form 4, which is on for project idea notes. And Form 5 is for letter of no objection. And in Schedule 3, we have fees. Application fees apply to one when you're applying for approval of a climate change mechanism. So you see that the first stage, which is a letter of no objection, there is no fee attached to, but it starts from when you're applying for a letter of approval, which is about 2 million Uganda shillings only. And then for corresponding adjustment, we expect to charge 10% of each ITMO, but this is monetary, not in terms of carbon credits. Then we have registration of verifier expected to pay 6 million shillings. An inspection of the register or registry, one is expected to pay 3 million Uganda shillings. Okay, so in conclusion, with the operationalization of the national climate carbon market frameworks,
the presentation cannot make it all, but the regulation has it all. There is part 6, which is dealing with the general information. Go to 312, 312 is talking about the general information. To be responding to some of the questions, I think, before Irene concludes. The presentation cannot bring it all. And then 312, okay, when you look at the, from Resolution 41, there is aspect of register of climate change mechanisms. The department shall maintain a register of climate change mechanisms, and whoever wants to access that register, it will be at a fee, as we may change in the schedule. I think this is 3 million to access the register. Then it has Resolution 42, that is Resolution 41 about the register. Resolution 42, in case of change of any information in your project, you may have to notify the minister within 60 working days, okay? This is where the provision that you want to submit of changes of the climate change mechanisms, you notify the minister. The access to the register, I think this is the access to the register. Every person shall have a right to access any information in the register subject to constitutions and the Access to Information Act, isn't it? This Access to Information Act will apply in case of any appeal. This is important. If you have any issues, that Resolution 44, if you have any issues for the minister, remember the minister is for no objection, approval, and authorization, isn't it? In the case of the minister may refuse, the minister may cancel, the minister may do this, isn't it? In the case of any appeal, to those related to the minister, isn't it? Take the minister to the High Court, don't take the minister to the president. Okay? Take the minister to the High Court, and in the case of any appeal for the decision made by the commissioner, report the minister, the commissioner to the minister. Don't take the commissioner to the High Court. I hope that is okay. Any appeal on the decisions made by the minister is to High Court. Any appeal to the decision made by the commissioner is to the minister. Okay? And then transfer of climate change mechanism. Now, Irene has already spoke about this in the morning, that there are those that were operating under the KP, the Kyoto Protocol, as CDMs, isn't it? And they want to transit to Article what? Up to Article 6 what? 0.4, isn't it? Now, those which used, I think this is important for you, Xavier and Patrick, those projects which were operating as CDMs, they are done what we call ongoing major, isn't it? And they were given an authorization letter during the CDM regime, are the one that we know as Minister of Water and Environment. Those that have been operating without authorization letter, they are there, we know them, but we don't know them officially. So that means that those that were given a letter to operate in the CDM arrangement, they were given a grace period to transition up to December 2027, because you're already known, okay? And this is what Irene was talking about, that 13 of them have already been what? Transitioned, isn't it? Except those which are in forestry that have been, according to the latest decision in the COP in Baku, that the one for forestry are given from January to December of this year. That's why she made an appeal that if you know them, the ones who are frustrated, please inform the project what? Proponent. Now, those that are operating, but neither been approved in the CDM arrangement, this is applying. Go back to square. This regulation bites. Okay? Okay? Because even those who were operated under the CDM, it was the NAC that approved them, and then the minister gave them what? Gave them the letter. So the ministry knew them. I think this is what I wanted to speak. And the schedules, so the forms and the schedules are all in this one. I think the rest of the parts are for reading. But I wanted to just pardon? The voluntary one, the regulation, the procedures in this regulation apply.
What's the deadline? So go by December 2027?
The voluntary one. No, the voluntary one is they don't need to go by December 27. The December 27 deadline are the known from that arrangement. These ones, they have to abide by the gazettement of this regulation. They have to start. It's immediate effect. So these other things which you saw as penalties, what and what, might apply to them. We are saying might apply to them, okay? So the rest, I think, is just information. I read it from
Okay, thank you, Mehdi. So to my colleagues, we have to update this because I actually felt also there were certain areas missing. So we will update that based on the current arrangement of the regulations. Maybe just what you are asking, Mehdi has responded, I don't remember her name. You responded, you asked about transfer of a project from another standard to another. And I think he spoke to it a little bit, but since you are not part of the CDM projects that we know, you can continue to proceed with the arrangements and communicate only when you're requesting for a letter of no objection. So I think you have no problem. You just proceed with that. Yeah, so I think in terms of conclusion, with the operationalization of the national climate, the carbon markets framework, we intend, Uganda stands high. Its main chances of gaining sustainable development. And then also achieve sustainability in key mitigation sectors of agriculture, forestry, wetlands, because those are the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions. And then strengthening institutions and governance issues is key for achieving sustainability in resource usage and management. Is there something else ahead? Could you scroll it, please? Okay, but I think one thing that was also forgotten in the conclusion is that we have developed a roadmap to operationalize the regulations. And what is also in the roadmap is dissemination, creating of awareness, right from the central to local governments. So we have a number of activities that we plan to roll out as soon as immediately. But also, yes, and also, thanks for that. And also we're working with the Ministry of Finance and URA to see how to operationalize the fees. Because then we need to know how a project proponent is supposed to pay those fees. So those are some of the things that we will be working on, including what in the room, the guidance we have got, for example, that we need to come up with a flow chart of the different stages and the different requirements to simplify the regulations for our users. I think with that, thank you very much.
Can we clap for? I am seeing those who are not clapping. Yes, I think we have used our time very well. And I join others in thanking the Climate Change Department, which are by the Assistant Commission Adaptation and Mitigation and the Principal Climate Change Officer, Irene. So I saw hands as Irene was concluding. I thought we are concluding. But then since we are in a familiarization event, I think we need to give people opportunity to make a last round of intervention. But I liked a bullet on strengthening institutions. And one of the institutions I see which is going to become strengthened is the District Natural Resource Office. as the focal point institution at local government level. And I think in the roadmap, my plea is increase the capacity building of district natural resource office, because they are going to have a lot of work to do, from initiating these processes with the developers, ensuring developers move with them, recommendations, approvals, even monitoring, and then the reporting role to the climate change department. So for me, that is one of the institutions I see. And in fact, my colleagues from DNR, from the district, you are one of the key beneficiaries. So Xavier, I saw your hand up, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was to ask if we are going to revive our guidelines that we had started together, which had come with the regulation, and then we asked that the country needs the regulations first before the guidelines. But she mentioned that we are going to prepare something along those lines. That's what I had wanted to mention.
Thank you. At least that one is clear. These regulations are one of the self-explaining regulations. You know, they have been designed in a way that they are self-explanatory. And you know, in this country, whenever you add guidance, Xavier, I remember when we suffered with Red Plus, 10 years, further guidance. So when you add another layer to these regulations of guidance, that might create what Prof is talking of, the bureaucracy. So someone will say, okay, wait for the guidelines also. Eh? So when will we try out? So that is good, noted. Any other comment? We are going into closing to see what we look into tomorrow. I know many of you are asking, how do we go through the forms? What is contained? Some of those things we need to be also informed. What do you mean by this? How is that sustainable development criteria going to be marked, evaluated out of 100? Why is land given a score of 7? Someone was asking me, why is land given 7? Yet land is a factor of production. It is one of the sources of emission, and it is given 7. I said, my dear, those questions ask. Unfortunately, they ask me at the back. They don't ask here. So, Prof, you have the floor.
Well, I think either Mehdi or Irene kept mentioning the institutional arrangement. I don't know whether the department has plans to come out clearly on the institutional framework. All those many actors, the lead agencies, for instance, when Robert mentions that the DNRO is going to be very critical in this process, I'm sure Rebecca here is trying to check in the regulations, where am I placed? We can borrow a branch or a leaf from the ASIA process. They came up with their regulations, and now the next is to see the institutional arrangement for implementing the regulations. While I think you also mentioned you might come up with a flow chart or something like that. To me, it goes back to having a clearly defined institutional arrangement, not framework, arrangement, such that when I apply to the commissioner or to the minister, depending on what I'm applying for, it's very easy for me to know which step after writing or submitting my application to the relevant body. To again avoid brokers, as you mentioned, I think the biggest message I'm getting here is, if you're a broker in this room, you're in big trouble. Mehdi does not like brokers. But I think we can't run away from them. Even simple things like just getting a national ID, they are brokers. So Uganda is a country of brokers, but we can minimize, as you mentioned. So it would be nice to see whether you have that plan and when will it come out, because good regulations, but if you do not have a clear institutional arrangement that anybody can see on the website or in any other format, again, we shall be creating a room for brokers. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that observation and guidance. I want to re-emphasize the gatekeeper role as the SC is preparing to comment. The gatekeeper role of the DNROs. Like I said in the morning when we are starting, one of the missions we made was not to give a snap of the National Climate Change Act, Chapter 182. I think it would have been good if that would be done. Maybe, I don't know if Commissioner tomorrow is possible. That would be something to remind people, such that some institutions know that they future, they have a role, and it is a matter of initiating the formalities. I don't know whether this one will require a statutory declaration or a statutory instrument to Ministry of Local Government and DLOGs, but that would be something to come forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think, Dr. Patrick, we are moving into the aspect of operationalization. We have a roadmap for operationalization and what perhaps we need to do, but also still soliciting, like from this meeting. I said you cannot change everything, cannot change anything in this one. It is not that it's not changeable, but you know the process of changing the gazetted law, isn't it? So this can be kind of like a recommendation. But just to allay your fears, we are not reinventing the wheel of the institutional arrangement specified in the law. And I'm not going to develop an institutional arrangement just to implement a one component of the law, which is the market mechanism regulations. What you have said is actually what we already started to do. Just extracting what is the role of the commissioner, just to help in this one, isn't it? What is the role of the project proponent? What is it required of me at this level, this level, this level, for example? What is the role of the lead agency? We are trying to unpack that. What is the role of the communities? So we are identifying key stakeholders and try to extract their roles in terms of implementing this. And perhaps if the roles are very clear, it is already speaking to the institutional arrangement which we already have in the law. So this is what we are doing. And in so doing, we shall have the flow charts. For example, what do I need to apply? To whom do I apply? When do I expect feedback? What if I get feedback? What is next? Kind of like trying to make them question and answers. So that when I'm meeting people in the community, I'm not talking about all these things. Say we have the regulations, you can read it if you can read it, but you as you, this is expected out of you. The proponent, this is expected out of you. The commissioner, this is your role. The minister, this is your role. The role of the minister and commissioner are very clear, but for others, you just need to keep on extracting because they are following various levels. All through from the registration, measuring, participation, and authorization. So this is the way we are looking at it, and work has already begun to try to extract the roles and responsibility of various players in relation to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's seek another round of applause. So we are going into our closing, and I hope day one has been successfully held. We said that we had made amendments. So to remind ourselves of the amendment, specifically bring to speed the DFO, we said that we had planned the NDC accounting training, or some of you we are calling the greenhouse gas emissions accounting, talking about methodologies, estimations, and so forth and so on. Our team, who are supposed to have done that presentation, had technical glitches, and this was pushed to tomorrow. And that's why we carried forward part of the work for tomorrow to have done it today. And that's why we didn't have the group work. However, we will continue tomorrow to present a brief of what has transpired today, all what we have covered in the regulations, and then we will also have our training on greenhouse gas emissions accounting and estimation. That said, I want to say, if there is no any further request for comment or question, we go into our closing mode, where we will get a vote of thanks from a representative of district local government, a representative of private sector, a representative of civil society. I don't think we have anyone representing himself as a private individual. You see, there are 3 categories of project proponents, isn't it? Xavier said he's a consultant. Xavier will speak for individuals. Because in Uganda, by law now, we have 3 categories of project proponents. An individual, Xavier, you can apply to participate in a climate change mechanism. However, the compliance is hard for you because you are subject to imprisonment and fines in case you don't report, as Media Irene has highlighted. Private entities, there are 2, NGOs and companies. Trusts, you are not welcome. Then lead agencies. And the lead agencies is where we have our MDLs and the district local governments. However, like Prof said, it might be tricky, where now you find for example, Achiso district local government wants to use one of its local forest reserves. So it becomes the project proponent, it becomes the one in charge of preparing the benefit sharing plan, and it becomes the one who is going to monitor themselves. So there would be some things there to look into, but that is food for thought. So that said, we want to start in that order. So Xavier, you are going to move a vote of thanks as an individual. Then Anthony will move a vote of thanks for the civil society. And then Adrian, a standard, because we are taking you as a private sector. We're expecting at least every year, at least some good money from standards, 6 million. And encourage the validators and the verifiers to start applying. Validators, you know, whenever you are going to approve a carbon project, any mechanism, you will have to pay us. Then when you are verifying emissions, you also have to pay. So Xavier, over to you, sir.
Thank you, moderator. And directly, I would like to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment, and in particular, the Department of Climate Change, alongside Emily and the WWF, for making this important meeting to explain to us the outcome of the whole year of preparation of these regulations of these regulations. Members who are individuals in this meeting, and also other members who will be represented by other speakers, I thank you for persisting for this whole day and taking in as much as possible, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much. On behalf of the civil society, sometimes I speak even for private sector and some for that. I said sometimes. Okay, yeah, so this is coming at a very timely moment because, like I said, we've been having a lot of uncertainties on what the regulations are. There are a lot of unknowns, but I'm glad the process has started. And of course, thanks to Emily, WWF, the ministry, that's specifically the climate change department, and the DLGs. I've seen quite a number of them here because they're going to be our bosses when we go there. So I want to thank you so much for organizing this meeting. I think it's not just the only meeting that's going to happen. I'm sure we're going to have more deeper questions to answer. Because I think today what we've done is just to go through a marathon of all the regulations. But it will require that we do a detailed analysis of each of those regulations because it has very serious implications. And I've already seen some areas that need review, but that will be another day. But for now, I want to thank everybody for adhering to the call to attend, to get the information, because that is very, very important. And I'm sure out there we should be able to articulate these matters to our constituents. So I look forward to doing more engagements of this nature. I can promise you are going to, whichever way, either like we did with the NDCs, I think we are going to organize for the broader civil society a webinar. I'm sure Mr. Semamba and Mr. Bachika and the team.
At a fee.
It's government resources. Mr. Semamba said that's government resources. We hope we can use some of the government resources. So thank you so much. Let me stop here because I know it is time to pick children. So I wish you a massive, a safe journey and a good night.
Journey masses, the right word we use. So Adrian, on behalf of private entities also, as the district local governments consults to decide who is going to speak on behalf of the DNROs.
Thank you very much, Robert. Good evening, colleagues. I would like to take this opportunity also to congratulate the Ministry of Water and Environment upon achieving this important milestone. I would also take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this workshop, of this training, and also all the funders and supporters that have enabled us to have these regulations in place. Like all the other speakers have said, this is really going to help us improve on our integrity of the credits that we generate as a country. It builds more confidence for those that would like to invest in our country, and as far as carbon or climate change mechanisms are concerned. And for us who are standards and project proponents, it deals with key challenges that we've been facing. For example, it's going to help us address issues of double counting or double issuances, which is very good. So I'd like to thank those that have developed this, and thank you for inviting us for this training. My concern though is that I've not seen many project proponents in the room. Maybe it's by design, but I hope that next time they can also participate and hear this from the horse's mouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adrien, and thank you for those powerful keywords, double counting, confidence, and so forth and so on. Our colleagues, district local government.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the district local government, I really thank the team that has been behind development of these regulations. For us at local government, it is going to improve a lot to fill so many gaps, including the coordination gaps, as some of our colleagues had mentioned, the funding gaps, because I've had, yes, it is also coming with the finance incentives. So I believe the government somehow can be facilitated to implement and make some activities very possible. And we are also so grateful that we are getting enrolled into the carbon market language. For the procedures, the standards, at least we are really getting on board, and yes, we shall get there, and we are going to support as required. At least we have also known that, yes, we also need to build some tools to make us efficient. For example, the climate action plans, which I believe that are going to, yes, to be developed with support of the different sectors, okay, climate user sectors, if I can mention. So with that, I really thank you so much, the whole partnership, the district representatives who have made it here. We are so proud that the ministry is making steps to make coordination and development in climate sector a very good success. Thank you.
And finally, I want to hand over to the Minister of Water and Environment for closure of day one. Over to you.
Commissioner Bob, when people have been listening to me and Irene since morning, they said that they have taken keen interest that you are around. And therefore, as you see that this meeting is for 2 days, we have captured the most important aspect of this, taking through our colleagues. And we got the vote of thanks from various representatives, different stakeholders. And I did mention then that in this room, we cannot change anything in this because the process is known. But I also told them it is not 100% as you'll be seeing it. And I went ahead to tell them that there were various stakeholders that contributed to this. It was a win-win to agree on all these regulations. What we did not consult people on is only one part of this regulation. It's the fees. Government had to take a ruling on the fees. But the rest, the private sector was there. No, it shouldn't be like that, putting it in their favor. The other government parts, I think no, it should not be like that, putting it in their favor. There's the other part, no, even as you want to be in their favor. So we are compromising all these favors to look at these forms of the regulations. Now that you have taken through all of this, and there are good recommendations, probably most especially to how we operationalize this. And we have taken note of what is coming in here. And we get moving. Because if you wait to perfect it up to 100%, we will not implement anything. Then when you give us other 2 years, again, we'll come back here and say, but this should have been like this. My neighbor here said that there are areas that he thinks that need to be improved. We shall get in touch with him to tell us those areas which he thinks have to be improved. This party has been part of the journey of the process. Maybe he has his minority report. that he wants to have this one. He's not a blocker. He's a serious man. Now, we are appealing that to our Ugandans that this law is for all of us, and we have to get moving, isn't it? Because you cannot perfect it even if they add us more additional years. So this is where we are, and it is being gazetted, and it is under operation, and the procedures, the penalties that are prescribed in these regulations are binding. So with that, Mr. Modota said that he needs somebody from the Ministry of Water and Environment who can help to give closing remarks for today, because tomorrow we are here. And therefore take this opportunity to invite you to give us few reflections, but also closing the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mohammed. Sincere apologies for coming in very late, but I sent my reasons for that to the organizers. And maybe they're not for this meeting because some of the things are confidential government information. But sincerely speaking, we are very grateful to the stakeholders in this meeting who have been able to give us additional requests for for improvement, because that is the way to go. But I wish to also just mention that, and I'm sure that my colleagues from the climate change department have mentioned this, that we also have guidelines actually, and within the framework of government delivery of policies. When you have a policy, then you have an act, and some around there you could have a plan or a strategy like we do have. But then you also have the regulations, and then you have the guideline. Now the guidelines clearly for purposes of operationalizing the regulations. So some of these details that probably being raised now could actually be fixed by the guidelines. Unless if something is really so legally binding that we can't unlock it with the guidelines, but I believe that the guidelines will be able to help clear some of the areas that don't seem to be very clear. And I'm sure that my colleagues from the climate change department told you that we had also initiated the preparation of these guidelines, and then we had to move a little bit faster with the regulation, because they're extremely important for us to deliver our Article 6 obligations that we have as a government. So we look forward to working with you also in ensuring that these guidelines fix some of the things that you are just mentioning. I also would like to mention that, and I'm pretty sure this has been discussed since morning, and I think I also had the colleague from Khan, Uganda talking about it, that there will be additional engagements to clarify on some of these areas, because much as we are claiming to be representing everybody, but somebody will ask, where is Enoch? Where is he? You know, and it's not easy always to have everybody in the same room. So I believe that there are many stakeholders who will be coming forth to request for explanations on the meaning of some of these clauses within these regulations. And I'm very sure that my colleagues from the climate change department are ready for that at every opportunity that is available for them to explain in detail how or what these regulations actually mean. I wish to, therefore, because it's not my evening for speaking, I was just trying to close or adjourn this engagement, since we still have continuing tomorrow, just to mention that for us at forestry, where I come from, and Red Plus, we are very excited that we have these regulations now, and we're looking forward to, to delivering our obligations for the Red Plus transactions and the forestry transactions under the improved forestry management and the afforestation, revegetation, and reforestation obligations for carbon trade. and we're looking forward to make use of these guidelines. And I know that colleagues who are doing project level Red Plus projects have asked the questions they wanted to ask. Hopefully, I can see somebody from Aid Environment. Whom else am I seeing? Anyway, but at least it's there. So I hope that the questions you've been asking me, which I couldn't answer, that the climate change department colleagues have been able to respond to you. But also, would like to thank the climate change department for ensuring that the local governments are here. And we want to thank you indeed, local governments, for making sure you come in. When you read the Act, the Climate Change Act, and you read all the strategic documents of climate change, local governments are very key in delivery of our climate change actions that we have as a country. And the Natural Resources Department is the focal, if I'm to remember, for delivery of aspects of climate change within the local government. So we are delighted that you've been able to come. And I hope that your questions have been answered, but whatever has not been answered, the Climate Change Department is available even tomorrow. Please, let's continue to deliberate so that we can clarify. I know there are some basic things that some people may not be aware of, but they are here. The experts are here, you know, from the Climate Change Department, and there are many other experts I can see in the room, somebody from the standards, Plan Vivo, and I can see the professors from Makerere. So the opportunity is here for the local government colleagues who still have some questions, technical, about these kind of things, to be able to engage with them. But having said that, I wish to, with the powers that have been entrusted to me by my colleague from the Climate Change Department, to adjourn this meeting until we meet again. May God bless you and have safe travels back to the hotels that you have booked close by. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Don't leave the tea, it's paid for. And ensure that all of you registered with your mobile money numbers to ensure this process commences today. Name should match your number, not the one you left at home, to ensure the whole bunch moves closely with you. But tea is provided, and we look forward to meeting tomorrow, same place, same time, as we started at 9. Sawa.